Happy July 1st, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
I'm Robert McNeely. We're awaiting President Trump to visit Alligator Alcatraz, created by the leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis in the free Sunshine State of Florida, and looking forward to all of that. And this is for the purpose of detaining and for bringing to detention those illegal aliens captured in the Sunshine State. And with the Everglades being so large, perhaps they can actually move them there if caught in the United States, and then facing extradition or whatever would happen in their specific case.
Exactly. So Carolyn Levitt kind of broke down some specifics to Robert's point yesterday in that press conference, calling it Alligator Alcatraz because of its location surrounded by dangerous wildlife she spoke about. We're told there are 5,000 beds to process, house, and deport criminal illegal aliens. Carolyn Levitt said this is an efficient and low-cost way to carry out the largest deportation campaign in American history. So great to hear that from Carolyn yesterday. And people that are against the name, I don't know if you followed the news. I followed a little bit. Are they just upset because it's called Alligator? Or is it because they're saying it's a gulag or something? Which the Gateway Pundit did a great article yesterday saying that's not anything of what it is.
Well, the far left has been peddling these theories for the last couple of weeks here, and really ever since President Trump got back into office, regarding the migrant detentions and the fact that they're not too happy with the Supreme Court rulings from last Friday, with the fact that the legislative and executive processes have to happen with determining birthright citizenship in the 14th Amendment and where that stands for people, anchor babies, if you will. And we on the network here all believe in the dignity of life. In fact, we have someone coming up who is fighting for that dignity of life on a daily basis. At the same time, too, you need law and order. And what's happened here over the course of the last half century has been kicking the can down the road by both Republican and Democrat administrations. President Trump came down that golden escalator with First Lady Melania Trump to address just this. If we secure the borders, if we stand for legal immigration, we can actually have a strong economy again, among many other things. So it was the bedrock of why he ran for president, and we've seen he has made promises, and he's kept those promises.
So we are live, of course, 9:06 this morning, 10 o'clock. The president participates in that guiding walking tour of Alligator Alcatraz. And then at 11:05, the president will participate in a roundtable discussion. So we've got a lot of footage coming up here live from the Sunshine State. So glad you're with us, as we are just, 48 hours from Rally Day in America in Iowa. This guy right here, Robert McNeely, and Christina Loren, live there in Iowa. How awesome is that going to be? It's America 250, the kickoff to the 250th birthday party for our country next year.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's an amazing time for the country. It's a golden era, and the Iowa State Fairgrounds will be pumping with the traditional Trump rally. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be fun stuff. We'll have all that live coverage, I believe, starting at 2 o'clock Eastern right here on Thursday. So it'll be great to hear from all of the people outside that venue, and of course President Trump that night. All right, let's see if we have a live picture from the United States Senate right now. As you know, we've seen them debating for the past, I think it's now 48 hours, because not nonstop, but since Sunday, as they're figuring out and hammering out the big, beautiful bill.
Yes, and actually the Democrats had the entire bill read, which took roughly 15 hours over the weekend. So we'll see where this lies. And we know it's resulted in the retirement of Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina, which is welcome from President Trump, because Thom Tillis has really been one of the Republican senators that's been a thorn in his side, and he blames populism. He blames the MAGA movement for his retirement, and he calls it somewhat of a tribalism that's in Washington, D.C. right now. But really, how I see it is, it's the tribalism of the old guard that is dying in this process, because it's the people that are speaking. It's putting together a good agenda. It's bringing down $1.7 trillion in spending and bringing down taxes, making the Trump tax cuts permanent, something that has to be done.
Yeah, so we see the Senate there live right now. It's a live picture. Obviously, nobody is debating at this point, maybe in recess, or maybe they'll be getting kick-started here in a little bit. I believe, this will be passing through the Senate, then on to the House, possibly this week, but it may extend into next week. But still, President Trump continuing on, going to Florida today to visit this illegal alien detention center. So rightly put, Alligator Alcatraz, because of all the wildlife that's around this spot down there in Florida. So it'll be interesting to see this this tour that the president has in a little bit.
Yeah, looking forward to that with Governor Ron DeSantis and the free state of Florida. The way Florida has done it, the rest of the country really should do the same with their great policies and They have 1.4 million registered Republicans over registered Democrats now. So to see that flip, really since COVID, it's been a remarkable thing. The first election for Governor DeSantis, he won by 0.04%, then winning by 20 points in his reelection. So much of that is people who are sick of where they were living in blue states and moving on down to Florida.
Exactly. So Byron Donald's also in attendance during today's event, of course, running for governor. So it'll be a great event. Thanks so much for streaming in live. Now, what we do have for you at about 9:15, so just a few minutes out, we'll have an interview with the Students for Life of America with Lydia Taylor. She'll join us at 9:15. We'll also have President Trump's quick mini press conference that he had on the South Lawn of the White House moments ago. So we'll go to that. I believe at this point, since it's about 13 minutes long of a press conference, we'll go to that right after the 9:15 interview, which is in about 5 minutes from now. I'm believing we're also hearing that we have a couple sponsors to thank and talk about here on Right Side. Of course, All Family Pharmacy. Disasters don't wait, neither should you. Power outages, blocked roads, empty pharmacy shelves. It only takes one emergency to leave you without the medications you need. And whether it's that hurricane, wildfire, or a new virus threat, All Family Pharmacy, they have ivermectin, mebendazole, antibiotics, all sorts of things, right? More than 200 essential products.
Absolutely. Emergency medical kits as well that you could take on the road in case you are traveling this summer, as you should, because gas prices are at a record low, really since summer of 2021. So get on the road with allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Their 20% off has been extended, RSBN20, that's the code for you. And with the new COVID variant out there with unrest in the Middle East and what we've seen in Russia, Ukraine, and also here stateside, and of course that Chinese Communist Party that is eerily looming over us, trying to manipulate their currency and cause all sorts of chaos, always smart to be ready because you never know if your pharmacy down the street will be shut down for a storm, a literal or figuratively speaking one. So make sure that you have that medicine cabinet stocked up at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN.
All right, let's go to Colonial Metals Group as well. So freegoldguide.com/RSBN. First of all, always good to get something free, and then also to show if you have any interest in this product, because gold and silver is a backup plan to the dollar. Pretty good idea there, especially when you protect your IRA or 401k with gold. 100% tax-free, Robert.
Absolutely, and you win the chance now to get $7,500 on the house in free silver with any purchase through the no obligation 2025 Gold Guide at freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Scan that QR code now and heed the warnings of Warren Buffett. U.S. Attorney Judge Jeanine Pirro, big fan of Colonial Metals Group. They truly are the best in the business. And with those entities like the Communist Chinese, they want an economic Pearl Harbor to happen in the United States. They continue to manipulate their currency. So where does that stand for you and protecting your savings in retirement? Colonial Metals Group. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. It's your go-to. Reach out to them today.
All right, 9:12 this morning. Thanks so much again for streaming in. You were just talking about a road trip across the United States because gas prices are low. And we were talking yesterday about U.S. Route 66. I've never been on it before, but he's from the Chicago area. So he was on it a few times, right?
It's a fantastic place to see it, and I've seen it mostly California, Arizona, and Chicago. Definitely go on it. It's old school. It's fun, and some of those restaurants and sites have been there really since the beginning. So it all was really the birth and the dawn of the Eisenhower interstate system, and thanks God for that. So really fantastic.
All right, we're hearing that we could actually throw to President Trump right now. So let's go to that on the South Lawn of the White House.
Good morning. We're going out to Alligator Alcatraz. It's an East Coast version, and it should be very exciting, very good. Worked very hard on it with Ron and everybody, and I think it's going to be great. And then I'll be back here fighting for the bill, and I hear it's going okay. We'll move it along. But we'll be back here pretty early.
What do you think the president on the bill? You've been warning some Republicans not to go too crazy with the cuts. Are there parts of the bill or amendments that you think cut too much?
We're going to have to see the final version. No, I don't want to go too crazy with cuts. I don't like cuts. There are certain things that have been cut, which is good. I think we're doing well. We're going to have to see. It's very complicated stuff. Great enthusiasm, as you know. And And I think in the end we're going to have it. What do you think, Caroline? Yeah, I think
What do you think about Zoran Mamdani having such a hard time condemning the phrase globalizing intifada?
I think he's terrible. He's a communist. The last thing we need is a communist. I said there will never be socialism in the United States. Now we have a communist. So I think he's bad news. And I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with him, watching him, because he has to come right to this building to get his money. And don't worry, he's not going to run away with anything. I think he's frankly, I've heard he's a total nut job. I think the people of New York are crazy. If they go this route, I think they're crazy. We will have a communist for the first time, really, a pure, true communist. He wants to operate the grocery stores, the department stores. What about the people that are there? I think it's crazy.
What happened to Elon Musk?
Who?
What happened to Elon Musk?
Nothing. He's upset that he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that. We hope it's going to happen, and we're looking forward to happen sometime next week. We want to get our hostages back. We want to get the hostages back.
What if the big beautiful bill doesn't pass? You have to go through item by item by item and pass this stuff one at a time, or are you just going to try again?
I think we're going to get there. It's tough. We're trying to break it down so it's really good for the country. Trying to get a lot for everybody. And it's a big bill. And smaller bills would have been easy, but they wouldn't have been as good. I think it's going to do okay.
And with the Alligator Alcatraz, is the idea that if some illegal immigrant escapes, they just get eaten by an alligator or a snake or something?
I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If snakes are fast, but alligators are, but we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison. How to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%. Okay? Not a good thing.
What are you going to talk to Netanyahu about next Monday?
Well, he's coming here. We're going to talk about a lot of things. We're going to talk about the great success we had. I mean, we had an incredible, in Iran, we had an incredible success. Like really nobody's had in many, many years. That was a precision war strike. And the word obliteration can now be used because the Atomic Energy Commission said you can't even get into the place. It was demolished. It was really demolished. It was a great, brilliant strike, and how to go forward. We're also going to talk about Gaza. We want to get the rest. We got a lot of hostages back, but we're going to talk about Gaza. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid. Maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out. The hydrogen cars, and when they blow up, it's serious. They find you 5 blocks away. It's that good.
How are the main talks going? Are there any countries we can expect to see before the July 9th deadline?
Everything's going well. Honestly, everything. This is very complicated because it's very big. A lot of different areas. Look, the Republicans have their heart in it. The Democrats they just want to destroy our country. A Democrat wants to destroy the country. They won't vote on it. They don't vote on anything. This is the biggest tax cut in history. Everything is the biggest in history. It's the best bill we've ever had. We can't get one Democrat vote.
When do you think you'll get final? When do you think you'll get final?
Nice guy, Peter. What do you think?
Very nice guy. When do you think you'll get final passage of the bill?
Hopefully soon. Hopefully today, if we can. Final passage. When I say final, final is let's take Senate at a time, okay? But I think Senate could be today, and we go over to the House.
And what about Senator Murkowski? Is there any way to placate her?
Who knows? You tell me. You tell me. Is there? Alaska's done so well with me. There's never been a president better to Alaska than me. But it doesn't mean people appreciate it. Have a good time.
What is your message to the Republicans? Good to see you, Mr. President. What's your message to the Republicans that are not yet on board?
I think it would be very wise for them to get on board. I really do. I think it's a great bill. Nothing's easy because we made it great big. We added everything in there for everybody. And it's also a beautiful economic development bill. Great for the border, great for low taxes. And I would say that they have to do it, really. I would say that. And if they don't do it, look, suffer the consequences.
And on the timeline, are you open to moving back the timeline, Mr. President, or do you want to keep it to the July 4th? You're open on that.
I'd love to do July 4th, but I think it's very hard to do July 4th. It was 2 months ago. I would think maybe July 4th, but somewhere around there.
And did you see what Elon Musk said? What did you make of that? That Republicans that vote for this bill should hang their head in shame? What did you make of that?
Elon is not getting his mandate, He wanted an electric mandate, and he should have known I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I campaigned in this thing for 3 years. I never understand why he did what he did, but he's not going to get his mandate, and he better be careful because he might not get anything else. Too.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You know what that means, right?
What does that mean?
What a backdrop there with the Washington Monument and the Marine One, and of course the American flag not too far from the south lawn of the White House right there as President Trump answered some questions there, and on his way now to Florida.
Beautiful Sunday morning, or not Sunday morning, I'm thinking Sunday morning. A beautiful Tuesday morning at the White House in the summertime. Always nice with the new Gulf of America hat. That looks nice. So I'm sure that will go out like hotcakes. But President Trump en route to the beautiful, free, sunshine state of Florida.
Looking forward to, if you guys are going to go to the Gulf of America, the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific, any summer trips coming up. Maybe it's just a road trip inland to a lake or just to go hike. Great time to do it this summer, of course. Now we see President Trump, of course, in Marine One. What a great, great looking chopper that is. And I know that's one of the next level ones. They just built some new ones out there. So it's great to see that.
Absolute new fleet and state of the art for this 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief. And a great backdrop, as you said, Matthew, for this celebration this week. I'm excited to see this facility and what Governor DeSantis has to share with some of his thoughts, because this is really his brainchild, as I understand, and having all this space in the Everglades made a lot of sense to safely and securely detain these individuals as they await their either deporting from the United States or their trials, and deservedly so.
Exactly. So according to Carolyn Levitt just yesterday in that press conference, there are 5,000 beds to process, house, and deport criminal illegal aliens. In that press conference, Carolyn Levitt said it's an efficient and low-cost way to carry out the largest deportation campaign in American history. So that's where President Trump's going. He's going to go check it out. This is Alligator Alcatraz. All right, so it's 9:23 this morning. Thanks so much for joining us on this July 1st. Man, June flew kind of by, and here we are in July.
Yeah, the entire year is flying by, and it's roughly getting close now to 5.5 months of President Trump being in office. And if you look at those 20 promises, each and every one in some way fulfilled. and his term is up in January of 2029. So an amazing thing to look at, as he was mentioning there in the press gaggle. So sadly, no Democrat is standing with this bill. They're against tax cuts. It seems as if it's throwing spaghetti against the wall, trying to see what sticks, but it's almost as if whatever President Trump wants to put through, they're against regardless. And he spoke to Senator Lisa Murkowski, where I had the privilege of covering the news locally in Anchorage, Alaska. As he said, I've been the best president for Alaska. And some people you can't make happy in the process, and she seems to be one.
It seems as if President Trump would sneeze incorrectly, he would be labeled something. It's just like anything he does. But you know what? He's doing the right things right now. We see it. There's a number of things that, some people may say, well, I feel this way about this, or I think about this topic this way. And that's great, because we're allowed to do that in this country. We're not under a dictatorship, thank God. As we see Marine One taking off there in Washington, D.C., kind of, I'd say partly sunny skies. Do you say partly cloudy or partly sunny?
I would say sunny altogether. I mean, there's not many clouds in the sky there to begin with, right over the Washington Monument. And what a view that President Trump does have, and what a ride from the Marines and then from the Air Force en route to Joint Base Andrews to board Air Force One. And that is probably my favorite picture of the day, the way the morning sun hits the Washington and Jefferson memorials, with the south lawn of the Truman balcony facing that direction from the White House. It's really probably the best view of Washington, D.C.
Very cool stuff. Then if you're visiting the Jefferson Memorial, sometimes you'll see Marine One just fly right over, right near there. Pretty cool stuff. All right, so this is what we know. At 10 o'clock, the president will participate in a guided walking tour of Alligator Alcatraz. And at 11:05, he'll participate in a roundtable discussion. So this is all happening here live right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. When we come back after this commercial break, we'll have an interview with Lydia Taylor of the Students for Life of America. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes, only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back to RSBN Live on this July 1st. Thanks so much for streaming in as we get ready to see President Trump in his home state right now, Florida, of course. On the way there to see Alligator Alcatraz. Say that 3 times fast.
Right.
All right, so it's 9:28 once again, Tuesday, July 11th or 1st. I saw the 1 and I went to 11 instead of 1. Okay. All right, so let's go to angelpace.com. We got one thing right there, angelpace.com. You can use the RSBN promo code, get a percentage off with this great company out of Spring, Texas. A lot of great products there, the Miracle Cream, and also a number of other products on there, Robert.
Yes, you have the orange option that's vitamin C infused, also non-GMO, no chemicals, and a facial spray for guys and gals. There's also a great natural mosquito repellent, and that is much needed this time of year as you prepare to celebrate America's birthday with family and friends this weekend. Also Christian owned. They hire veterans, and they're out of Spring, Texas, which is right off the Gulf of America. If you saw President Trump's new golf hat, it's of the Gulf. So exciting things, and many of those brands on the market as well. But this brand is the best because sometimes you go out there for those lotions, those creams, and you see they're full of things that you don't recognize the name that might be chemicals and actually bad for your body to have, either if it's on the skin as a topical or to ingest. So Angel Paste comes to the rescue, and you experience the miracle today. Angelpaste.com for their many miracle products.
And let's go to Tax Network USA. If you're looking to settle any back taxes or at least get the ball rolling, you can do so. Two ways to reach out. The phone number you see on your screen right there, 800-357-1415 or tnusa.com/RSBN. Two great ways to reach out to Tax Network USA, great patriots that'll help you out right there and settle some back taxes, which always good to do. So, all right. It is now the bottom of the hour, 9:30. There's the White House, looking beautiful there today.
Oh, it's always fantastic, especially with the new flag poles and the American flags on the North Lawn and the South Lawn.
Exactly. All right. So we know that the Senate is also currently debating the big, beautiful bill out on the Senate floor. Once that would pass there in the Senate as they work on hammering that bill out, then it goes to the House, and then from there it would go to President Trump's desk. Will that happen this week or next week? We'll watch. We'll monitor it, as we are now awaiting our next interview live with Lydia Taylor. She's going to be with Students for Life of America. What a great organization, first of all, to have, whether it's students, whether it's whoever, standing up for life.
They're outstanding, and at many times it's at a personal cost, whether it's because a lot of them are in school or it's one of their first jobs getting out there. It's truly grassroots. And I love the work that they do to change hearts and minds. And they're rather successful at it. And they do so peacefully and patriotically. So we look forward to speaking with Lydia on the heels of the Dobbs decision, which was celebrated last week, and the end of Roe v. Wade, and what the future looks like for a pro-life America.
And she'll also update on anything with Planned Parenthood and that kind of thing, any wins against that group out there. You know, I remember people cheering and being so happy years ago for healthcare decisions for women to be able to murder their unborn baby. I mean, for them to cheer for that, it's just bass backwards, as they say. All right, so as soon as she joins us live, we will go there. And then in the meantime, we know, of course, on Thursday, just 48 hours from now, July 3rd, it's going to be a great day there in Iowa for Rally Day in America, and also America 250 as we celebrate the 249th birthday of our country.
And always a joy to be with Christina Loren and to hit the ground running to see what the folks are up to. And it should be a hot, sweltering day in Iowa at the State Fairgrounds. So if you plan on attending, please make sure to get some food beforehand and plenty of water, Gatorade. Just stay hydrated, stay away from too much caffeine, and it's still probably too early in the day for alcohol, but if you are going to enjoy a beverage or two, just limit that because it will be very, very hot outside.
Definitely not a day for cold brew coffee and too much caffeine. Definitely not really, well, maybe in the morning, but we'll see.
I'd like 1 in the morning just to get going.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go down to Lydia Taylor with Students for Life of America. Lydia, thanks so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Can you tell us about Students for Life of America, that 30,000-foot view?
Yes, absolutely. I'm so excited to be here. I'm the spokesperson for Students for Life of America, and we are the largest pro-life youth organization in America. And so we are mobilizing students across the country with our over 1,400 student groups to end abortion. And right now, of course, we are working really hard to come after Planned Parenthood, defunding them in the abortion industry. And so we're so excited. We just held a huge event over the weekend, our National Celebrate Life weekend, where we collect collected 392,000 diapers, the nation's largest diaper drive, to not only support moms in need, but also to call out Planned Parenthood because that's how many lives they end every single year. 392,000. And so we displayed these diapers in DC over the weekend. It was a powerful display and proof that the pro-life movement is truly supporting women.
Lydia, you do amazing work with this organization, and we were just talking beforehand. Many young Americans who work with Students for Life of America, they're really putting themselves on the line for their future because it is a controversial opinion. Many of us would agree it shouldn't be that controversial because you're doing the Lord's work, literally getting out there and saving lives in the process. Where is this fight standing right now? Is it more on the college campuses? Is it in suburban America? Is it at the state level, the local level, the federal level? What are things, or how are things standing after the Dobbs decision, which was so monumentous?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I agree when it comes to the youth, the fight is on college campuses, but also online. I'm sure you know the left is really great at spreading lies and misinformation online. And so that is a constant battle we're fighting. When we're spreading the truth on these college campuses, because I know from personal experience, as I just graduated college, that I had professors debate me about abortion in class, and I went to a Christian university. They would call me out and spread misinformation in class, and so it is a huge problem. We are truly fighting lies from the other side, but also when it comes to Roe's reversal, we are seeing that this is a battle that we're fighting state by state, but also trying to end abortion nationwide, because a preborn baby's rights should not depend on their zip code. And so we've seen huge successes passing pro-life laws in the states that we work to fight for, but we're also working nationwide to end it everywhere, because we know the Constitution, through the 14th Amendment, supports that right to life, and that should extend to preborn children.
And Lydia, you brought up something about the fact that a professor at a Christian university debated you on abortion. Did I hear that right?
Yes, that's correct. I know it sounds crazy, and I definitely wasn't expecting it as a Christian going to a Christian university, but I was stalked, harassed, had a death threat slid under the door of my dorm. Just my first semester in college. It was truly a difficult experience. I thought I was being brought to a comfort zone, but really it was a mission field in desperate need of the pro-life message. And so our Students for Life group really fought there. The administration for a while wouldn't even let us pray outside abortion facilities, and thankfully we won that victory there. But this is a problem that we're seeing across all of America. College campuses silencing pro-life free speech. Just last semester, I was speaking at USC in LA, and they were trying to make us pay thousands of dollars for me to come speak at their university. And so it's truly a difficult fight we're having, but we're not backing down. We're fighting harder than ever to spread the pro-life message.
And can you share exactly how the people in Students for Life of America work to do just that, save those lives, and how someone who might not have heard of this organization but wants to help can give to make sure that does happen on America's college campuses?
Absolutely. We want everyone involved, whether you're a student or you've graduated, you're alumni, whoever you are, we need everyone involved in this fight. Abortion is the leading cause of death in America, and so we need everyone on board. So you can go to prolifegen.org, and there are many, many ways to get involved with us on college campuses, online, in your communities. We are door knocking. We are fighting and lobbying for pro-life legislation. Right now we're working to try and get language back in the big, beautiful bill that would defund Planned Parenthood and all abortion facilities for 10 years, because unfortunately the Senate watered down defunding Planned Parenthood and abortion facilities to just 1 year. And of course, the Democrats are just trying to completely remove it. So we are fighting that battle right now, but this is a battle that we're always fighting, whether it's the big, beautiful bill or even just helping a woman choose life who's in need of resources. We offer help, and we do so much nationwide to do that. So go to prolifegen.org if you want to give, if you want to get involved. We need everyone involved in this fight for life.
If you're just watching right now, this is Lydia Taylor with the Students for Life of America. Lydia, you were talking about before about this university. A lot of people might be asking what university it is. Would you care to share?
Yes, I graduated from Campbell University. It was a very difficult fight there. Thankfully, I did have a lot of support as we were standing for life. And thankfully, by the time I graduated, I had random people approaching me saying that in the past few years of me being there, I had changed their mind on abortion. So we saw huge victories. We actually hosted a large abortion debate on campus where I debated a self-proclaimed spiritual pro-abortion witch on campus. It was one of the biggest events we had. And even though a majority of the audience was pro-choice, 70% of them had voted that I won the debate, which was an incredible victory. We saw at this Christian university that ended up being very pro-choice. So even though we had some tough battles we were fighting, we saw huge victories there. And so while it was difficult, and while we're going to continue to call out pro-abortion behavior from Christian schools, we're also so happy to see so many wins.
If I may, the question about, when it comes to education, right? You said about 70% of them you said 70% voted for you, that you won, but there was a lot of pro-choice people there. Do you want to tackle the issue of the brainwashing that's done in the education systems and also at public libraries? Not all of them, but most of them, it seems. That's the only reason why a lot of people probably just are saying, well, no, pro-choice is the way to go. Do you think everybody's that evil that they want to actually, take the life of a baby?
Well, that's the issue, is that the left has completely erased the preborn child from the picture. They've dehumanized them. You hear these words, clumps of cells. I even hear that preborn babies in the womb are just parasites. It's this dehumanizing language they use, and they masquerade around with this concept and this rhetoric of bodily autonomy, of reproductive freedom. I know I myself was actually once pro-choice because I thought that's all it was, just women's rights and bodily autonomy and freedom even, and I support freedom, of course, but when you really look at the issue, when you read a biology textbook, you learn that a life begins at fertilization, that every abortion ends a human life, and that's the opposite of freedom. That's stripping freedoms away from preborn Americans, and that is not women's rights. That's the opposite of women's rights, and so that's the truth that we are engaging on campus. A lot of times we'll bring a fetal model showing people what a baby in the womb truly looks like, and they're shocked. They go, I thought it was just a clump of cells. I thought it was just a parasite. They're truly shocked. And so, yes, I absolutely agree that it's not necessarily that young people, that pro-choicers in general, think they're ending a human life. They don't even know it's a human life. And so we have to be the ones spreading this truth because, of course, we hear the left's fear-mongering that women are dying because of pro-life laws, bleeding out in parking lots. Let me be clear. There are 0 women that have died because of pro-life laws, because pro-life laws exist to protect mothers and their children, and they protect life-saving procedures. And so the only women dying are the ones that are dying from pro-abortion laws, because abortion is ending the lives of women along with their children. And so it's complete misinformation we're fighting against, and unfortunately the left is pretty great at lying, but we are just right there on the front lines debunking those lies with truth and with boldness, and we're not backing down.
That's awesome. Isn't that awesome stuff? What a great interview there. Lydia Taylor with Students for Life of America. Thank you for joining us. We'll have you back on the show as soon as possible. Thanks, Lydia.
Thank you so much.
Awesome to see that with people that are, she just graduated college and she's out there saying, you know what, I'm standing up for this.
Well, a true inspiration, because the work they do every single day, they're knocking on those doors, they're organizing, they're getting out there, rain or shine, hailstorm to sweltering weather, whatever it is in between. They are out there doing the Lord's work, truly, and it's that faith and reason. And even for those people, I've come to believe that I've seen it, the proof is in the pudding with the data. Because of technology, because of these ultrasounds, more and more people coming to the side of life and to the dignity of trying to work for an America in each and every community of life from conception until natural death. Yes, it's not easy. There will be some disagreements, but most well-intentioned Americans want that. They want to make sure, especially the most vulnerable among us, and we see it in the actions of this administration. We saw it yesterday with the Trump administration, with HHS and the leadership of Dr. Mehmet Oz, also the Department of Justice, busting all of these people with the Medicaid fraud that happened. And if the Democrats really cared about that and are claiming that the One Big Beautiful Bill will somehow take people, especially rural hospitals, off the market, out of the exchanges, and that it will harm these social safety nets, nothing could be further from the truth. Why would they not want to get rid of these criminal entities and agents that are working as chaos directors? And it skyrockets our national debt. It actually harms the people who need those life-saving funds so they can have that operation. And it's groups like this, Students for Life, that are making a huge difference.
A massive difference across the country. Wonderful to see it as it's 9:43 this morning. Getting ready to see the Commander-in-Chief, the 47th President of the United States, here shortly in Florida as he tours Alligator Alcatraz. It's a illegal alien detention center that a new one has been built there in Florida, and it's called Alligator Alcatraz. Again, try and say that 3 times. I might try and say it 3 times fast here in a second. But anyway, it's a lot of wildlife that is not wildlife that will be too friendly that's around this whole facility. That's why it's called that, Alligator Alcatraz. All right, let's go to mypillow.com/RSBN. With God, all things are possible. We know that to be true. I know Robert knows that. I know that. We know that. And many of you do too. And you can get that free pillow right there with just one purchase on mypillow.com. But why not get more than one, right?
Yes, and you could call today. Don't delay. 800-836-7566. A $40 value. Even the master marketer himself, according to President Trump, Mr. Mike Lindell, said, I can't believe this deal is coming out of my mouth, even though I've done many great deals. You can support Mike Lindell and RSBN by shopping now at mypillow.com/RSBN. Over 2,000 different items on the site, all made in America, in the beautiful state of Minnesota.
All right, so mypillow.com/RSBN. Let's go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN as well. So disasters, of course, they don't wait, and neither should you. Power outages, blocked roads, empty pharmacy shelves. It only takes one emergency to leave you without the medications you need, whether it's a hurricane, a wildfire, or a new virus threat. All Family Pharmacy is here for you. They make it easy to stock up on ivermectin, mebendazole, antibiotics, daily medications, and more. So more than 200 essential medications right there for you with a doctor's prescription. It's included and fast delivery to your door. No insurance needed, no pharmacy lines, no last-minute scrambling. So great company here. All you have to do is go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. RSBN20 is that promo code as it's 9:45. Coming up next, live here on Right Side, is an interview with John Strand with America's Frontline Doctors. He has spoken about a lot of different topics out there. And today, he's going to talk about, well, let's just wait until he joins and we'll let you know what it's all about here in a second. But looking forward to seeing President Trump today on this Tuesday, July 1st.
Yes, it's going to be an extraordinary trip down to the free Sunshine State of Florida, along with Governor Ron DeSantis. We know Caroline Leavitt is aboard Air Force One as well as staff and team. Looking forward to seeing what this has in store. But the governor always has good ideas that can actually be implemented nationwide.
Yeah, definitely. Governor DeSantis doing a good job down there in Florida. Great to be pretty close to Florida right now here in Alabama as well. And a lot of great things happening in this state too. All right, let's go to John Strand right now live with America's Frontline Doctors. John, let's just go right to it. Right now, there's a lot to talk about, but let's go to New York City. What would you say about New York City right now?
Good morning, Matthew. Thank you for having me on. And man, what would I say about New York City? New York City is at a crossroads. There could not be a more defined, crystal clear contrast between two visions for America. One is the 1776 vision for America that we are working in the MAGA movement to reignite in 2026, right, at this new golden age, which is a restoration of the original vision for America based on what? Freedom. I am coming to you proudly from the free state of Florida, where we are leading the nation in defense of freedom, responsible freedom, based on rock solid principles that can sustain themselves. Liberty, justice, morality, really basic things, but they work. Civilizations are built on this. And then in contrast, New York is faced with a different vision. And this idea, it tends to have appeal because the people that suggest this vision to folks are appealing to their pain. They're appealing to their emotional response, their frustration. They see that people are frustrated with the difficulty to afford basic things, home and food, find jobs and opportunities. So they appeal to that. But their solution for those problems essentially is, Let's all get worked up and angry at the system that's making our life miserable, and let's tear down that system. So they're talking about all kinds of things, including we shouldn't have billionaires and let's seize the means of production and all of these other things that should be very familiar if you've ever read any history at all about communism, which only goes in one direction, and that's tyranny and eventually genocide. But people are being led like lambs to the slaughter, as they repeatedly have throughout history, because they're only listening to the points about their pain and getting angry at a system that they've been told is the bad guy.
That's a great point right there. Yeah, you lead with the emotional response to it. You get somebody with their heart involved with it, and then that's when you start messing with their minds, right?
That's right. Like, for example, remember what happened to us during the COVID chaos, right? I work for America's Frontline Doctors. We led the way early on by saying, whoa, guys, don't freak out, don't lose your head, don't lose your cool, because people die when that happens. But instead, let's be intelligent, let's be responsible, and let's be grounded in reality. And the reality is, COVID was a virus that was not threatening to most people. So in that case, you start making decisions based on reality, and you have better outcomes. So they led us down a terrible path during COVID because they got people scared to death. Of course, they did that largely intentionally and manufactured a lot of fear, because fearful people are easy to deceive and easy to lead where you want them to go. And unfortunately, in New York City, we've got some folks that are trying to lead a large number of people in a very bad direction, and they're using fear and anger to accomplish that.
Now, John, how would you recommend addressing it in New York City? Because we have that three-way race now happening as it's split up, because the Republican nominee is Curtis Sliwa. He did run against Eric Adams when Eric Adams was the Democrat, but Mr. Adams, the current mayor, really pushed out of the Democrat Party. I mean, the recent panel that came before Congress talking about illegal immigration, he was the only one coming from a law enforcement perspective, trying to work and trying to remedy and trying to partner with the federal government. The other ones were living in some sort of fantasy, including Mayor Brandon Johnson of the second city, Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah,
how would you recommend that voters, what path should they take? Because God forbid that Adams and Sliwa split the vote and then the communist slips in.
Right. So my advice to people is generally pretty similar. And I'm going to go back to what I said before. Reality. It's all about reality. So I would strongly recommend people start there. What's the reality of this situation? Now, part of the reality is that politics exists. It's a thing we have to deal with. So, for example, you cannot split a vote and hope to win. That's not going to happen. The numbers just aren't there. So that's a serious consideration to have. You know, Eric Adams is a politician and a reasonably intelligent one. So he is at a point realizing it doesn't make a lot of sense to play further into the hands of the lunacy side of this equation. Oh, we don't need laws. We don't need to deal with illegal immigration. We can just let anyone come into New York and chew up all of our resources. I mean, that's insane. And so Eric Adams is recognizing that. So he's playing some politics to his advantage. I mean, good on him. And, Curtis, the Republican candidate, obviously has much more sensible principles than anyone else in the race. But I'm not sure that Curtis has a legitimate chance to win the race, perhaps. But certainly Curtis and Eric running against each other are going to dilute the vote and allow a raging Islamo-communist to take over New York City and run it into the ground. That would not be good for New York City. That would not be good for America. New York City is the leading city and has been for many years, leading the country, and it's an icon. It's an amazing part of our history. So we do care about it, but ultimately we have to really invest in the American system, which is the idea of individual liberty and freedom of speech. So we need to continue to invest in that. We should, I think, encourage Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa to communicate, because between the two of them and the followers and audiences that they have a block that could overcome and win the election. But they're going to have to collaborate in some form. And again, that's what politics is about. It's dirty, it's messy, but it is about communication and collaboration in pursuit of a unified goal. Can Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa agree on what their unified ultimate goal is. Hopefully it's found somewhere in the Constitution. That's supposed to be the framework for our American goal. The Islamo-communist, he's like, the Constitution, he doesn't even know what that is. It's not a part of his playbook.
Exactly. So I think that collaboration would be for Sliwa and Adams to say, let's endorse Andrew Cuomo, who has a much better chance of winning than, unfortunately, Chris Sliwa. It would be great to see a Republican in New York, but we know the numbers, and I'd rather have Andrew Cuomo there than Zohran Mamdani, who we're referring to here as this extreme leftist that, you'll see that exodus in New York. There's already been an exodus from New York City, but I think that would take that into higher gear, don't you?
Yeah, and also I think what's even more important, honestly, than the particular candidate that's chosen at this moment, because people get enamored with names, candidates, bumper stickers. But what's really important is the conversation that needs to start happening here. Again, we got to go back to reality. The reality on the ground is that New York City is being turned into a slumlord disaster. It's truly shocking what's going on there. The entire country should be aware of this. We should be talking about it. We should be using the best disinfectant, which is sunlight, to expose the reality of what's happening. And there are terrible consequences to these terrible decisions. So I want to see, of course, New Yorkers and Americans generally not be deceived and misled by, again, the emotionalism, the anger, and the response to, people have real pain, of course. That's why politicians are always successful, but they're not honest, and they're not good at heart. They don't have good intentions with where they're taking people's emotional response. So I want to see Americans wake up to that and stop being manipulated emotionally. And I think we have an opportunity to discuss that and make some progress in the psyche of Americans by observing the disaster that's going on in New York City right now.
John Strand with the truth bomb right there. Sir, thank you for enlightening us and just giving us some more insight on the way their tactics are. And it's something that isn't just specifically in New York. That's something that's done from leftists and those with evil intentions all across the country or all across the world. But the point is, we have way more numbers than they do. The free world is a lot larger than the few that are trying to control us. So John Strand, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Amen. God bless the United States of America. And then also, I'm sure he'll be watching when you're there with Christina Loren on Thursday in Iowa. Speaking of God Bless America, I think Lee Greenwood may be there as well singing that song, but it's going to be quite the patriotic day on Thursday.
Yes, as he was for Flag Day. So always good to see Mr. Greenwood, a friend of the network and really a friend of this country, with his iconic God Bless the USA really becoming very popular once again. It was a 1984 smash, and now you have him back in the forefront all these years later. The last decade really being the main theme song for President Trump and this MAGA movement. Now
might be a good time to tee up the almost confirmation that we have Lee Greenwood joining us tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. If we're not live at that time, we'll record the interview. We'll air it for you. Pretty good timing for the upcoming week for July 4th, of course. Let's go to Colonial Metals Group as it's approaching the top of the hour. That's what you're here for, of course, to watch President Trump. Let's go to Colonial Metals. In the meantime, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Robert?
Yes, it is the smartest thing to do to protect your savings in retirement. U.S. Attorney Judge Jeanine Pirro from the District of Columbia. She loves this organization. So do we. So scan that QR code now. You have a chance to win up to $7,500 on Colonial Metals Group intangible silver with any purchase through the no obligation freegoldguide.com/RSBN. And with the Chinese Communist Party, they've attempted to buy up primetime farmland and take advantage of our friends, the Taiwanese, with their war games and the manipulation of currency. We saw the big balloon that came over the United States under AutoPen and the economic Pearl Harbor that they want to attempt against the United States with reciprocal tariffs. Now is the most precious time in order to secure your 401k, your IRA, with precious metals, silver and gold. with Colonial Metals Group.
And then let's shift now to Resilience Medical Club. So it's affordable virtual health care for individuals and families nationwide, just $47.99 per month for up to 7 family members. So get this, there's no copays, no claims, no contracts, no applications. Everyone is accepted, and one membership, again, covers 7 people. So you'll have primary care, urgent care, mental health services, weight health program, and prescription benefits as well. So access to more than 1,000 commonly prescribed medications with no copays and free delivery right to your door. So this is Resilience Medical Club. The website is resiliencemedicalclub.com. A great new sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You see that number there too, 888-788-7630. Anytime we go through any of the sponsors here at the network, if you are just, maybe midstream, you start watching and then you go, wait, what was that? Just hit pause and scrub back a bit or screenshot and just reach out to all these great companies here on Right Side. Resilience Medical Club, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, let's go to the fact that it's 2 minutes to the top of the hour. We know that in just a bit, the president will be touring this, Alligator Alcatraz. It's a illegal alien detention center. Carolyn Levitt saying it's just an efficient and low-cost way to carry out the largest deportation campaign in American history. 5,000 beds to process and house and deport criminal illegal aliens. So President Trump will be touring that, and then he'll participate in that roundtable discussion in about an hour from now as well.
I'm looking forward to everything this entails, and I'm sure this thought idea from the wonderful Governor Ron DeSantis of the free state of Florida will be something that may stand as the standard for the rest of the country in how to deal with the migrant detention. So looking forward to seeing this in real time with the president.
Exactly. And just the other day, if you remember, Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, with the DHS Secretary, Kristi Noem, she was there announcing a new training facility for Customs and Border Protection agents. So we've got a new training facility for agents. We've got a new detention center facility for this mass deportation operation. Also on top of that, we might as well take a live look right now on the U.S. Senate floor, where the big beautiful bill has been debated. We're hearing that we don't have that live picture right now, but we know that they've been in debate there on the floor. After that would pass in the Senate, would have to go to the House. If it passes there, then to President Trump's desk.
It's going to be exciting to watch that all develop. It's looking less and less likely before that July 4th. As President Trump had requested with the deadline, but nonetheless pushing this through. It may end up in 2 bills and 3 bills. It may end up just that one big, beautiful bill. We'll see what happens there, but President Trump very clear on this parliamentarian, where he stands on that, an unelected individual who's taken a lot out of the bill to begin with. So something he's not too thrilled with, and was echoing on True Social, Congressman Greg Stupi of the great state of Florida, as we are focusing on today from the Sarasota area, saying what is up with this parliamentarian having this in place just to take away what was put together in a big, beautiful House bill through reconciliation by a vote of 215 to 214.
So we'll see what happens there from the Senate floor. There it is live right now as we are awaiting any kind of debate to happen or to continue since Sunday, of course, and then we've been monitoring what's going on, and we know on Truth Social, President Trump has plenty to say not only about the big, beautiful bill, but plenty of other topics as well. So let me just double check real quick live here at 10:01 as we await to see the Commander-in-Chief. President Trump's latest Truth Social post saying there's a new poll. Anybody I endorse beats Thomas Massie of Kentucky by 25 points. Get ready. Massie is a very bad guy, according to President Trump there. He talked about that 39 minutes ago on Truth. He also posted some more of his mini press conference that he had on the south lawn of the White House, which we have here at the network. We aired that a bit earlier. And what we'll do is at about 10 right now, as soon as we get that live feed from Florida, we'll show you President Trump touring that facility there, the Alligator Alcatraz facility. And then he'll participate in a roundtable discussion. If there's a gap between that and that 11 o'clock, we'll be able to replay the press conference or that mini press gaggle that happened a little bit earlier today. And if you missed any of it, if we don't get to it, you can always replay what we showed you earlier. Also, President Trump posting an article from Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course, right here at RSBN. America is booming. GE Appliances to move $490 million to relocate from China to the United States. President Trump posting that about 2 hours ago from our own RSBN network. Let's see if who wrote that article, to give them a quick shout out. That's Dylan Burrows. Also, I saw an infographic from the White House just yesterday. They highlighted RSBN as well, with a shout out there to Summer Lane. So great to see that the leader of the free world is posting Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I think deservingly so at this point.
Yes, the writing is fantastic on the network as well. Please be sure to visit it, subscribe, like, and share at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can see all of Dylan's work and Summer's work, among many other great writers here at the network, breaking down crucial issues that you just won't find anywhere else, including a beautiful Sunday sermon as well. So definitely a go-to in the written word. If you cannot catch a broadcast or you have to scrub back, always good to sit down and read the issues of the day right here at the network.
And it's awesome to see that President Trump for several years has posted several articles or even shout outs to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I remember seeing back in the Twitter days, referring to RSBN Network to watch a certain feed. I mean, we're talking years ago. So just a shout out to us, I guess, for that. But it's really great. I mean, before Robert and I worked here, years ago, it's just great that RSBN has become such a almost a household name now for a lot of conservatives across this country. So thank you guys so much for watching, and we're looking forward to hearing from you on Thursday in Iowa. So I know you're going heading that way to Des Moines. So yes. You and Christina Loren.
And feedback at rsbn.tv. Always feel free to write in if you wish to opine. The good, the bad, the ugly. We read it, and we like to hear from you, especially if there's an issue in your neck of the woods that you'd like us to highlight, because we want you to be protected in the land of the free. We're honored to be your voice, and we're honored that you tune into this live desk on a regular basis. As you're witnessing history right now, we are living on the front row of it in this second term of President Trump, and the United States Senate now deliberating upon the big, beautiful bill. We'll see what comes of it.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to monitor it live, and then also, of course, bring you to Florida here any minute from now as soon as we see a live feed. But of course, when there's an outdoor event like today, when it comes to Secret Service and security and all of the officials being in the right place, Byron Donalds will be there, the governor, Ron DeSantis, the president of the United States, and the people that work at this facility. There's just a lot that has to be taken care of. So it's scheduled for the 10 o'clock hour, so it should happen any minute from now. And then at 11 o'clock, President Trump will have a roundtable discussion. Let's go to Angel Paste in the meantime. AngelPaste.com out of Spring, Texas, of course. You can save some money, too, by using an RSBN promo code. So you get a good product, you save money. It's not a bad combination.
Yes, and visit it today because the Miracle Cream is infused with vitamin Bs, non-GMO, no chemicals. You have the orange option, which is vitamin C infused and is good for boosting immunity year-round. Also, the natural mosquito repellent, huge this time of year as you celebrate the 4th of July with family and friends. And then also a facial spray for guys and gals to paint the town red. So experience the miracle today. AngelPaste.com, Christian-owned. They hire veterans out of Spring, Texas, off of the Gulf of America.
Gulf of America, great place. All right, let's go to Tax Network USA as well. 800-357-1415, tnusa.com/RSBN. Why should people actually go to this website?
Yes, because if you have back taxes or you're looking to the future, and say your books are somewhat messy and you own this small business, never to fear, because Tax Network USA, it's great patriots who believe in your values, who might have been former IRS agents themselves, but regardless, experts at state and federal income tax and everything you have to address in your daily life in order to get by dealing with the government. So settle those today in case you do have the back taxes, and especially if you missed the April 15th deadline. 800-357-1415. Protect yourself from the IRS. Settle the back taxes today. tnusa.com/RSBN.
Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for joining us here as we are live on this Tuesday, July 1st. Happy July to you out there. Hopefully you have some good plans coming up this weekend. At least to see some fireworks on the 4th, maybe the 5th, depending where it's happening in your neck of the woods. But also, we know on July 3rd. Before you get into all those firework modes, let's go check out Iowa, of course, the America 250 kickoff. So this is something that's not just happening Thursday and then it goes away. This is a kickoff to America 250 where there's a lot of celebrations over the next 365 days as we gear up for that 250th birthday next July 4th.
Well, it's amazing. And if it's any precursor of what's going to happen over the course of this Jubilee year, President Trump showcased that with the military parade on Flag Day in Washington, D.C. So we look forward to being in Iowa and a kickoff to the midterms as well. We'll be on the road more often. And with President Trump's endorsements, I'm sure he will hit the campaign trail harder than ever before.
Exactly, and that's saying something because we know he's been at a lot of rallies, but you know what? This is a crunch time, as T.S. Dixon said the other day. It is definitely crunch time as we take a live look there on the right side of your screen. That is in Florida, right where the Alligator Alcatraz is. Again, it's titled that simply because there's some wildlife right around that whole facility there that you don't want to mess with. And it's a illegal alien facility, a detention center. Simply put, Carolyn Levitt just said yesterday at that press conference that there are 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. It's also, she said it was a low-cost, efficient way to carry out the largest deportation campaign in American history. So looking forward to seeing the president there to tour this event. We're going to tour it with him, and I know you'll tour it with us as we watch all around this country and in some parts around the world.
Yes, it's an exciting time I feel like the new ideas that are coming into America have really come from Florida in the last few years. And people not only peacefully protest by their vote or where they donate their money and their time on different campaigns, but they vote with their feet, as they put it. And many people now moving to the free state of Florida to find that opportunity that others did not necessarily have in these blue cities and states. And now we see it's a deep, deep red state, which it really hasn't been the last 20 plus years, especially electorally. It was somewhat of a swing state. That has all changed under the leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis.
Speaking of red and states, I'll tell you, Oklahoma and West Virginia, those of you watching in those two states, a huge shout out to you because every stinking county, and I'm just saying stinking because that's how I'm describing it, but every wonderful county, of course, in those two great states voted for President Trump. I mean, you talk about red, every county red. I mean, you look at Tennessee, and it's a big red state, we get that. But then you look at Davidson County in Nashville, where there's a lot of great people that are right side of the history and President Trump supporters, but unfortunately Davidson County goes blue most of the time. Maybe that'll switch up. But that's that whole thing with the cities. It's just an influx of people that go there to want to have the left side of history win. You know, it's the same thing in some of the education system, those public libraries out there, the fake news media. These people it's their religion. So they go to the city to say, well, this is where we're going to take camp and try and take over. But that's going against everything that the majority of America voted for on November 4th.
Well, especially for the young people out there, the millennials and Gen Zers who may live in these big urban centers for work or simply to enjoy what are still beacons of American life. Please, please, please run for office. Get involved in your committees. Many of these races are nonpartisan or independent, and just having a strong conservative voice or a voice that has common sense, it would be great to have you do that because, as Dennis Kucinich said, and he was someone who's traditionally liberal, congressman from Ohio and a mayor in Cincinnati way back when, he was with our friend Tucker Carlson not so long ago saying that there's no room for far-left ideology when it comes to being a mayor or being on a city council because it's about keeping the potholes out of the roads. It's about allowing people to get to work on time and stopping traffic influx. It's about making sure services are provided to your constituents. There's no room for this crazy ideology. And he said, if you want to go be a leftist, run for Congress. It's just it's a totally different thing because those theories are for the legislature, whereas as a chief executive, you really have to figure out how to make life easy and better for all of your residents.
Summed up into a couple words, less government. You know, less government, local, state, local, county, state, and federal. President Trump spoke about less government as well. So it's great to have someone that isn't trying to take over everything and control everything we do and think and all that, like some other countries. That's why, hence, that November 5th election was so great to see that we're on the right side of history, and we hope to see more of that in the years to come. Of course, we'll see that under President Trump, but 28, 29, we'll see what happens. Hopefully we have a MAGA candidate that's a real deal person at that White House in 2029. All right, let's bring it back to 2025 in July 1st, of course. That is a live look inside the detention center, part of it, one building of it, in Florida. That's where President Trump is. That's where Byron Donalds is, and the governor, Ron DeSantis. So it'd be great to see the three gentlemen there and to talk about why this facility is important. And of course, the left will try and spin it, but sometimes we don't even have to even bring up their points anymore because they're so ridiculous on the left.
Well, it's all about law and order, and there's this Republican alliance coming together through MAGA to provide for the safety and security of the American people. And that's why government exists in the first place. It's for our posterity and the general welfare as per the Constitution. So it's safety first, and if you are at the local level, the state level, it's the gentleman there standing right there on your screen. It's local law enforcement. It's the state patrols, and then if you look federally, our military doing an amazing job. This is the strongest military in the world history. We just saw it on display, and we've had recruitment numbers go through the roof thanks to President Trump's leadership, and also thank you to Secretary of Defense, the Pentagon Chief, Pete Hegseth, who has highly encouraged that, recently renaming the Harvey Milk, that battleship, to more of a warrior class standing, because there's no need for this far left woke nonsense, the DEI. President Trump highlighted that on the campaign trail with what the Navy was doing under the auto pen, with men dressing as women. And what an insult to women in this country. The military doesn't practice like that anymore. It's about meritocracy, it's about battle readiness, and it's about putting the fear into the hearts of countless others while standing at attention and for respect of our dear American flag. And it's an exciting time to watch that, because looking at Iran and the strike there, the fact that these B-2 bombers go in, they succeed in the mission, they get out, they're undetected, no surface-to-air missiles, no casualties on either side, is nothing short of remarkable.
So on top of that, you were talking about wokeism, right, in the military. That's out the door. Unfortunately, that wokeism still trying to seep into schools and seep into the libraries and all that terrible stuff out there. So glad to know that we have people on the right side of history really fighting for the youth of America, because it's awful to see that people, I was thinking the other day, because my wife and I, we have an 8-month-old now, and how do parents really go to a library or a school where there's that drag story hour, that kind of thing? Like, what parent really would do that unless they're brainwashed to think that this is okay? Let them be exposed to the culture. Well, there's a difference between taking someone there and then having them be educated under that versus
Right.
If you go to the mall and you see someone that's part of being in the culture. There's a difference. We don't need to have that brainwashing that starts at a young age there. I'm just fired up about that topic.
Yeah, let kids be kids. It matters in this country, and there is a turn back to traditional values that we are seeing, and we're celebrating it here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and it all starts with making sure that these kids have an opportunity in America, because sadly, Jocelyn Nungary, Laken Riley, countless others will not be here because of illegal immigration, preventable crime, where these monsters were able to travel in various states and throughout the network of our country, coming here illegally and then committing heinous crimes against 12-year-olds, against 22-year-olds, and against our elderly as well. It's been something that's been highlighted by this president and by those angel mom and dads. They're included, even if they've lost their child due to this and not the military. They're included in that angel remembrance, because it's something that they've gone through that's very unique to them, and that, thank God, everyone won't experience. But I mean, now it's almost with the fentanyl crisis as well. It's almost as if everyone in America knows someone, or at least knows of a story where someone was poisoned by that horrible chemical that came in through the southern border thanks to the Ochopee administration. Over 100,000 people we were losing on a regular basis until President Trump came back into office.
Thank God for Tom Homan, somebody that really wears his heart on his sleeve and says it how it is, and just is doing a great job as the borders are. And a shout out to the military as well along the southern border, out there on open sea, the northern border. And, even at the port of entries, hopefully everything's getting squared away there too. Because they try and bring in certain kind of narcotics or human trafficking through some of those ports of entry. But our government is aware of it, so hopefully we'll continue to crack down on all of that. Let's go to allfamilypharmacy.com as we await President Trump there in Florida. Disasters, they don't wait, of course, and neither should you with this. Power outages, blocked roads, empty pharmacy shelves. It only takes one emergency to leave you without the medications you need. So whether it's a hurricane or a wildfire or a new virus threat, All Family Pharmacy is here for you. They have all sorts of prescriptions from mebendazole to ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, more than 200 essential medications as well. So you don't have to have insurance. You don't have to be in pharmacy lines. No last minute scrambling. So you can get 20% off as well. RSBN 20 is the promo code. A great company here, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And I believe that next up is a way to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network as well, if you'd like to. I mean, we have a lot of different costs going on, of course, but we'd love to bring you all of this live coverage, including on Thursday when we're live in Iowa. So if you'd like to, all you have to do is text RSBN to 855-575-7888. If you'd like to hit pause, or if you want to screenshot this or take a photo of the screen there, if you'd like to donate, I'm talking $1 or as many more dollars as you can. You're literally investing in conservative media. That's not a lie. I'm just telling it like it is here, right?
RSBnetwork.com/donate. We appreciate your dollars. If you like what you see here with the live desk, we want to bring you all unbridled access to your 47th president, 50th vice president, and the 119th Congress. Again, text RSBN to 855-575-7888, and we're grateful for your support on the right side of history.
All right, it is 10/19, Tuesday, July 1st. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely, who will be in Iowa, of course, Thursday. Got to watch that coverage. Christina Loren, will be great to work with her there, too. I mean, all three of us all worked in mainstream media back in the day, and glad that we are not anymore.
Truly a pleasure to be with Christina, and looking forward to visiting Iowa, such a consequential state, in the first caucus of the year. That's in that bitter cold of January, but it gets nice and warm in the summertime as well. So we look forward to enjoying the cornfields outside of Des Moines, the state capitol, and the Iowa State Fairgrounds, which is host to many great events throughout the year, celebrating America and kicking off this beautiful Jubilee year leading to 250 years of our country's existence.
And that 250-year birthday on July 4th, 2026 will be at the Iowa State Fairgrounds, according to President Trump's Agenda 47. Unless they change it, I don't know, but I know that they have it in Iowa this Thursday coming up in Des Moines. So looking forward to you watching with us here on Right Side as it's 10:20 this morning. If you missed any of our live interviews, we interviewed John Strand with America Frontline Doctors earlier. Also, Lydia Taylor with the Students for Life of America. Great to hear from people from all across the country who are doing great things for our nation. I mean, a lot of people, I watch those, sometimes on YouTube, I'm flipping through on the shorts, right? And I see, Charlie Kirk debating at various college campuses. And it's great to see the amount of people that are out there on the college campuses now that are saying, you know what, though that professor said X, Y, and Z, a false, narrative, we're against that.
Well, they're learning, they're thinking, and it's great organizations like Turning Point USA, Students for Life of America, among countless others who are hitting that pavement to make a difference in their communities and ultimately their country. And they're empowered by a great network that really is part of the Maha MAGA movement. And it's not about one individual, but rather a thought process, and that you can think for yourself. You can believe in our founding principles, and you might disagree with the other people, but you don't have to be disagreeable in the process. So thanks for those wonderful organizations working overtime, dedicating their time, their treasure, their everything to get this done, because more often than not, it comes with a price. It comes with losing friends. It comes with losing maybe different opportunities, especially in the corporate world, because some are not willing to go that direction. But we've seen with President Trump coming back into office how woke has gone to at least take somewhat of a nap now. And that's a wonderful thing, because I think people were kind of wondering, why do I have to be away from this person or that person if I believe in this? What does it matter at the end of the day? Most people are generally pretty apolitical, and they just want their voices to be heard. And organizations like the ones mentioned make sure that happens on the college campuses.
And thank you, viewers, for watching on various sites that are watching right now, including Rumble. You can follow our channel on Rumble, and those of you watching on other platforms, thanks so much for streaming in as we get ready to see President Donald J. Trump, the 47th Commander-in-Chief, in Florida, coming up here again. He's going to tour Alligator Alcatraz, this illegal alien facility. It's simply a housing and processing and deporting facility there as the mass deportation operation kicks into high gear. And that's something that we don't want in this country, is mass migration. Just like in London, England, there's mass migration. Well, if we get this New York City guy, Mamdani, mass migration. I mean, there's just things that we can't have if you want to have a country still. I was thinking another thing the other day. You know how, a lot of the Democrats have a wall around their house, right? And they don't want a wall down in the southern border. Remember that conversation? Think about it. When you live in a house, you're still within walls too, even without the walls outside. You know what I mean? So that's just part of what we have to do here. We have to have a country, but I guess they just don't want a country, do they?
Yeah, safety and security are on the utmost minds of Americans, and I bet that most of you probably lock your doors and maybe set your alarms if you have them at night, because it's common sense. It's shelter and security. It's actually a human need even to exist, is simply to have some form of safety net and security, and that usually means a home or a place to rest your head without worry. Just basically your place to recharge, and this homeland, this American nation, should be just that. And we're for legal immigration. We are the beacon of light and hope for countless generations of people who come from all over the world, and that's the beauty of this nation. You can come from anywhere, be born literally anywhere around the world, and participate and become an American. And we saw that most recently with being reminded from the former governor, the 38th governor of California, Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger himself, who did not take the bait on that ABC show that some of you might watch. I hope you have your mebendazole for that, or something to relax your stomach, as that does do, because those folks on that show, really, I don't know how they come up with their theories, but he did not take the bait. He said, you have to come here legally, you have to give back as an immigrant, and I did just that. And whether you believe in what Mr. Schwarzenegger has to say or not, you have to respect his life story, coming from Austria, coming to America with $10 in his pocket, learning quickly that he wanted to be a bodybuilder, and being forced into service with the Austrian military that was very socialist at the time. They were not allowed to go and lift weights. That could be punishable by death in the military, which doesn't make a lot of sense, because don't you want your soldiers to be nice and strong? He had to go off the base at 15 years old in order to do that. And then he left them in order to come to America and live the dream. And it's an amazing American story that many of us share in through hard work and through education, through making yourself stronger, literally in his case. Really awesome to watch that in something that's mainstream legacy media. They weren't too thrilled with his answer.
Yeah, I mean, come here legally. That's pretty simple. It's common sense, and that's the thing that we love about President Trump, and we love the fact that we're represented by someone that has common sense. And that's why, of course, the majority of this country voted for President Trump in the past 3 elections. We know what happened in 2020, but the majority of the nation is on the right side of history with all of this, and it's a great nation. I was thinking about just some of the basics. You always hear someone say, oh, I'm proud to be an American, but really, though, when you think of all of the ingenuity, you think of all of the great things that have happened in this nation over the years. Yes, there were some very terrible things back in the day, but my, oh my, I mean, you live, you learn, you keep going. And a lot of great things, of course, in this US of A. So looking forward to this week celebrating our independence, which is the beginning of it all, right?
It really is. It's a special thing, and God brought those men together in order to defend these liberties, which are inalienable in our Bill of Rights, our Constitution, and that life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness shall not be infringed upon. And we're fighting for that, as Mr. John Strand mentioned, 250 years later. But we stand on the shoulders of giants and patriots, and that's always my favorite part of any Trump rally, and those speeches on the campaign trail where he highlights different cities in the state that he's speaking in, talking about the traditions that are there and standing on the shoulders of these great patriots. President Trump gets it, and so do you, the great viewers of this network.
A government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this land. Abraham Lincoln, Gettysburg Address. Quite awesome to know that he said that. Quite awesome to get an opportunity, if you do, to go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and you can stand right where President Lincoln spoke those words. Pretty monumental feeling that you get when you're there. As we're looking live there in Florida right now, we're going to see President Trump tour the facility. We're going to hear President Trump during this roundtable discussion. And it's always fun to just watch President Trump tour something, because maybe we'll get audio of what he's saying there, asking questions and seeing different things, that kind of thing. So we'll have all of that here live on the network. Also, speaking to the president talking, he spoke to the press about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours ago, on the south lawn of the White House. We have that clip. We played it earlier. We're not going to play it right this second because this may start in a little bit, but maybe we'll play it after the event. Regardless, if you missed any of that after the event, you can always scrub back and check it out towards the beginning of our broadcast. So, all right, yeah, so bottom of the hour. It's 10:28, Tuesday, July 1st. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes, only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.
Haven't tried the Rev 7 yet, wouldn't mind.
It's really great. It's you have to do it. Mike Lindell crushing it with yet another great product as we await President Trump to tour the Alligator Alcatraz in the Sunshine State of Florida. This is in the Everglades. I think it's a brilliant concept, and I'm excited to learn more about it.
Exactly. What we're hearing from Carolyn Levitt is that there are 5,000 beds there. So it's a housing spot. It's also a place to process and then also to deport illegal aliens. And I don't know all the specifics, but I'm assuming there's an actual runway that's right there too. That it's a one way out of Florida to the various spots that people are from. So we'll learn more about it coming up here in Florida as it's the just past the bottom of the hour, 10:31, Tuesday, July 1st. All right, let's look at a few other topics out there. Of course, the big, beautiful bill, the Senate right now. It's on the Senate floor. I don't know if they are debating at this point. Maybe we can take a live look from the Senate site there. But we know that there's been a lot of talking back and forth. But really, it looks like the Senate will be passing this bill.
Yes, it looks like it's getting to that point. And we know that Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina will not be running for re-election. And President Trump on Truth Social celebrated that fact because he has definitely been in the thorn in the side of the president, and someone who really has not been forthright on a number of different issues, saying he'd vote one way and then do something else. And that's okay. I mean, if you want your own objective thought within this United States Senate or the Congress, it's up to you. It's co-equal branches of government. But when you purposely deceive people one way or the other, good to see a swamp creature like Tom Tillis going into retirement.
100%. All right, so you're looking live there on Capitol Hill on the Senate floor. We were talking off camera earlier about Andrew Cuomo. I was referring to Andrew as a possible, winner of the mayoral election in New York City if Chris Sliwa and Eric Adams would endorse him. And of course, in the primary, Zohan Mamdani won that primary. And Robert reminded me as well that you can always write in the name of Andrew Cuomo, and maybe there could be a big campaign because it would be great to have him over Zohan any day of the week, just to send that correction from earlier today. All right, so 10:33, we're looking at the U.S. Senate right there. If there's any debate going on, we'll maybe dip into that for a little bit as we await President Trump there in Florida to check out this Alligator Alcatraz. What a name. Have you ever seen Alcatraz out there in San Francisco?
I have. It's really, I haven't been in it, but just in the bay itself. And it's quite a sight. I'm sure it was very daunting to be a resident there one of those days. And The Rock, of course, a great film from 1996, Sean Connery, Nicolas Cage, Ed Harris, highlighting a theme with that infamous prison. And of course, President Trump has discussed the possibility of reopening Alcatraz in San Francisco as a detention center as it once was. So we'll see what happens with that.
Well, my mom and I and some family back in the day, I had some aunt and uncle from Sacramento. We actually traveled to Alcatraz on the boat and saw inside there. And yeah, it was quite the facility, quite the tour. I'm not sure if tours are open anymore. I have to check if anybody's really interested out there on the West Coast and going again. But all right, let's go back here to the East Coast, down to Florida, the southeast of our United States, of course, as it is. 10:34, and it is a nice, balmy, let's see what the weather is quickly. I can get Palm Beach up on here pretty fast. 82 degrees right now and cloudy, so not too hot, not too cold, but some inclement weather there. As they're inside, we'll see the president, we'll see Byron Donalds, the governor, the candidate for governor. And then, of course, Ron DeSantis, the governor, is going to be there with President Trump. So we'll be seeing all three, plus more officials, as we take you there live. We look forward to bringing this live coverage to you from start to finish. And that's another thing. We always get to share that with the people.
Yes, we won't edit it. We'll send it right there to you so you can see these press conferences, speeches, and everything on the Hill, as well as things in your neck of the wood live and right in real time. So you can get the full story right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network's live desk. And it's nice to have that because other networks will just dip in and out, and then you won't get the full story and be like, oh, I want to watch the actual press conference. So we take it there live for you, as we have for many years now.
Exactly. All right. So President Trump, about an hour ago, saying, new poll, anybody I endorse beats Thomas Massie of Kentucky by 25 points. Get ready, Massie is a very bad guy, according to the president, about an hour ago. And then he was also posting his mini press conference that he had on the South Lawn, speaking about various topics, which we did air earlier on this broadcast. So you can always scrub back and check that out after the event is over a little bit later. Also, we can maybe get to the press goggle once again, depending on how things go in Florida right now, as we are both standing by awaiting the president and sharing our commentary with you. And also, again, we're 48 hours from the great trip to Iowa for President Trump in Des Moines for that great speech. That'll be that night, the day before July 4th. So starting Thursday, I'm hoping to feel the good summer vibes. I'm feeling it pretty good right now, but it'll be great to take it to the next level on Thursday. As this is all brought to you by Colonial Metals Group, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Those BRICS nations out there, Brazil and Russia and India, China, South Africa, they try to use their own currency instead of our dollar. Well, always good to put your money into some gold and silver as well.
Yes, and you can scan that QR code right there or go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Judge Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney in D.C., a big fan of this organization, and they truly are the best in the business. With the Chinese Communist Party trying to put an economic Pearl Harbor on the United States with manipulation of currency and buying up primetime farmland around our military bases, the best thing for you to do is to shield your savings now with gold and silver. And if you purchase anything through the no obligation free gold guide at freegoldguide.com/RSBN, you'll receive $7,500 in free silver potentially being entered into that different drawing there. So a great way to get some free tangible metals right there for your safe. And Colonial Metals Group, the best in the business.
And speaking of free, if you go to mypillow.com/RSBN, you'll get this free with God All Things Are Possible pillow with any purchase. So if it's one purchase, you get that free. Or if you want to get 3 or 4 items or maybe 25 items, depending on the budget, just go to mypillow.com/RSBN. What are some of the things you like on MyPillow?
Well, MyPillow it helped me sleep a lot better when I first got it. And I also love the My Coffee. My slippers aren't bad either. So many good options through the great man from Minnesota, hopefully the future governor of Minnesota. I'd love to see that.
It would be great. Mike Lindell doing great things for this nation. As we are 22 minutes from the top of the hour, according to the president's schedule, it was at 10 a.m. that he would be touring guiding walking tour of the Alligator Alcatraz facility there. And at 11:05, the president would participate in a roundtable discussion. What I believe may happen now is, since we're getting closer to 11, is those two events will be combined. Basically put, as we're live, we'll see the president do the walking tour of that facility and then simply walk into where the roundtable discussion is and just continue all of that. That'd be ideal from a coverage standpoint. But if it's a different way, hey, we'll navigate with you here on Right Side Broadcasting. All right. So again, back to the Senate. They're currently debating the big, beautiful bill prior to the vote. And then once they vote, if it passes there, it goes on to the House, then over to the president's desk. And some say it may happen this week. Some say it may happen next week.
Yes, all dependent upon what they agree to there. And we've seen a series of votes now, and even a procedural vote where the vice president had to come in to be number 51 with a tie of 3 Republicans joining Democrats in an attempt to block this bill in its entirety. That did fail. We also know the Democrats had a 15-hour session to read the entire bill, forcing the parliamentarian's hand. And we know that President Trump not thrilled with the parliamentarian, and it's a strange procedure to remove certain 2A procedures. And also, to Lydia's point, if you're watching in the first hour from Students for Life of America, Democrats attempting to bring down the defunding of Planned Parenthood from an entire decade of the federal government now down to 1 year. They like to remove it completely. So you'll see these intricate battles happening over the course of the next few hours. But President Trump, echoing the words of Congressman Greg Steube of Florida, he's right there in the Sarasota area, the west coast off of the Gulf of America, stating that this parliamentarian actions is unilateral, it's unelected, and very bureaucratic. And President Trump saying, what is this all about? This should not be happening within the U.S. Senate.
And then also within the U.S. Senate, the reason why that the Senate had to read out loud the 980 pages of the big, beautiful bill was because Chuck Schumer decided that's what needed to happen. So that was 15 hours worth of reading the bill, thanks to good old, as they say, Chucky Schumer. All right, so President Trump will be meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, on Monday. We're seeing reports of that happening. President Trump spoke about that to the press earlier today. So that will be quite the meeting, as the Prime Minister will be headed to Washington early next week. So right out of the July 4th, long weekend, boom, right back to it on Monday. And it seems, though, that even weekends, even holiday weekends, are still that 24/7 news cycle the way things are in this world.
Oh, President Trump working around the clock for the American people. And it looks like there is a live shot of him there right now. I can't see in the distance there, but Congressman Donalds, it is not, thank you, Mr. Producer, but Congressman Donalds and Governor DeSantis will be joining the president today, as well as other key staff and cabinet officials working hard at this moment to make this all happen. We know from Tom Homan, the Borders are speaking last week in that East Room event at the White House with the One Big Beautiful Bill. It will be historic funding of our law enforcement, especially those on the border.
Thank God for Tom Homan. Thank God for our military down there on the southern border. And then, of course, Air Force One right there. So we'll see President Trump deplaning and then heading over to the facility there in the Everglades. Looking forward to seeing the president come down the steps. Maybe he'll stop by and talk to reporters. But he did that prior to this plane arriving there. He did that on the south lawn of the White House on the way to Marine One. So we do have that clip of the president from earlier. Producers, please let me know if you think that's a direction we should go, since we now are seeing that President Trump may be just simply in that plane. We may have some time to air that again here. So maybe after he gets off the plane, I'm told. So we'll possibly go to that. So he'll take the motorcade then, not sure specifically how far that trip will be, so we'll have some time. It's about a 13-minute press gaggle that happened. Always good to just bring you up to date on the latest from the president, whether it's on Truth Social or whether it's live right here on Right Side.
Absolutely. It's a great day for this Alligator Alcatraz, and I thought it was a silly name when I first heard about it, but it makes a lot of sense. It's right there in the Everglades. Apparently it's surrounded by lots of natural wildlife, and there's one way in and one way out via the runway. So look forward to President Trump's visit there to the Sunshine State, and what might be something that spurs ideas and ingenuity for other governors and mayors to help the federal government handle this illegal immigration crisis. And the last several months cracking down on it, but as Mr. Homan said, I need more resources, and the One Big Beautiful Bill does just that.
Exactly. So this facility houses and processes and deports illegal aliens, specifically criminal illegal aliens. That, according to Carolyn Levitt from yesterday, it's just a low-cost, more efficient way to take part in this mass deportation campaign that's happening in our country. Again, on the other side of the coin, legal immigration is a great thing. That's something that people can become an American citizen. What an honor that would be. Other than being born in this country, for some reason, we were born in this nation, thank God, but for some reason, the way it is in other countries is because, of course, dictators or people that are just with these ideologies that are all messed up. And this country broke from the pack. Think about it. When England was really trying to lord over everything of us, we broke away from that. The Founding Fathers did the right thing. And we're only 248 years old right now, this country. And there's countries, of course, that are a lot older out there, but look at what we created here. The airplane, the vehicle, the telephone, the light bulb, all of the great inventions. The iPhone's pretty cool, thanks to Steve Jobs back in the day. But, and then the freedoms we have and the Constitution. There's so many great things here in this country.
All brought to you by capitalism, but it's always good to have freedom of choice, and All Family Pharmacy is providing that for you. Oh, we'll head right there to President Trump coming off Air Force One.
Hello, everybody. The trip was nice, and the job they've done is fantastic. And this is what you need. And Ron worked beautifully with Christie and all of the people at Homeland Security, and got it done in how many days, Ron?
8 days. A new facility was up and running. So.
And is this the model going forward, Mr. President?
It can be. You don't always have land so beautiful and so secure. We have a lot of bodyguards and a lot of cops that are in the form of alligators, you don't have to pay them so much. But I wouldn't want to run through the Everglades for long. It will keep people where they're supposed to be. This is a very important thing. We're setting records at the board. You know, we had no people come through last month. Zero, no people. But we're going to keep it that way. So Ron did great, and I want to thank you.
Well, look, we thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for your leadership. The border, you did that quicker than we knew you'd do it, but you did it so quick, which is great. But Biden let in how many millions, and you got to take care of them. And so this is one example of state operating this. The feds are approving it, supporting it. We're also going to have 2,000 more at Camp Blanding, which is our National Guard site. And we're the only state in the country that mandates our state and locals, law enforcement, to cooperate with ICE. And it's made a huge difference. On any given day, Florida constitutes about 20% of all immigration arrests nationwide. So what I would just say is, don't let Florida be the only state. We've got very red states that should be doing this just as much as Florida's doing. That will increase their numbers. And then what happens is you'll have a lot of people that will deport on their own because they don't want to end up in an Alligator Alcatraz or some of those other places. So I think this is a model, but we need other states to step up.
I was going to ask you, would this be enticing for other states to come up with their own model?
They are doing it. We have Louisiana doing it big. Alabama's doing it. We have a lot of states. They seem to be red states and not too many blue states for whatever reason, you know. But the red states, Republican-run states, are doing it. The blue states don't do very well at security and policing, unfortunately. What would you say, Chris?
You know, I would say that exactly right. The governor here has been fantastic in forming this partnership with the Department of Homeland Security. We were looking at different contracts with different vendors and thought, why not go straight to our governors and ask them to help us solve this problem? Florida was unique in what they presented to us, and I would ask every other governor to do the exact same thing. This is unique because we can hold individuals here, they can have their hearings, get due process, and then immediately be flown back home to their home countries. And their home countries are welcoming them. They're setting up loans for houses, they've got food assistance, they're helping to facilitate welcoming them home. I just got home from Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, and they're all excited about getting their individuals back home from the United States. So
and there is a lot of self-deporting. That's one thing I was actually surprised, but a lot of self-deporting. I flew over the Everglades. We did a little circle. I said, let me see. That's a big piece of land. It took us 25 minutes to fly around. Is there potential for enlargement or additional facilities out here?
There may be. I mean, I think what we're doing is, because this is an important part of Florida, we're using the existing footprint of this airport. So when you guys go over there, you'll see all the beds, the medical, the galley, everything is on the concrete. We're not using any of the other stuff. Now, as you'll see, there's a lot of concrete, so there very well may be. I know Secretary Noem and her team have said as soon as the president departs, we'll be open to start receiving folks. And so we'll see what the tempo is. We do have the 2,000 in Northeast Florida that will open very soon. So it is possible to do. One of the things I think that is exciting about this is we're offering up our National Guard and other folks in Florida to be deputized to be immigration judges. We're working with the Department of Justice for the approvals. I'm sure Pam will approve. But then I'll have a National Guard judge advocate here. Someone has a notice to appear. Biden would tell them to come back in 3 years and appear. Now you'll be able to appear in like a day or two, so they're not going to be detained, hopefully, for all that long. We'll have people here in this facility that can make, it's a bureaucracy. The president's got to deal with the bureaucracy. Now, that Supreme Court ruling was good because that's going to allow him to be able to exercise Article 2 the way founders intended, but you still have bureaucracy. So we want to cut through that so that we have an efficient operation between Florida and DHS to get the removal of these illegals done.
How many prioritizing going after the worst of the worst, or are you now arresting anyone who is here?
We're doing the worst of the worst always first.
Yes.
And I think it's great government, what we've done. And nobody can ever forget what this group of people, Biden or whoever it was, because it probably wasn't even Biden. I don't think he knew what that was. Biden, whoever it was, what this group of people, a small group that circled the Resolute desk, what they did to this country. Think of it, all the time you have to waste doing this. It's an unforced error. We had nothing. We had no problem with this. There was never anything like It's like an unforced error, yes.
Mr. President, in 2018, you suggested putting alligators in the Rio Grande to prevent crossings in Texas. Is this a dream come true for you, sir?
Well, I was thinking about that, I must say. It was meant more as a joke, but the more I thought of it, the more I liked it, if you want to know the truth. And they were serious. They were actually crocodiles. They were crocodiles from Africa. They are a step beyond. But no, that was really meant as a joke, but a lot of people liked it. And a lot of people think we should do it, frankly.
The Senate, it appears, is about to vote on
I
your
hear
big,
we're
beautiful
doing well,
bill.
Ron. I hear we're doing well.
Are you confident this can get
I
done
don't
by
know.
the 4th of
Confident.
July?
What does confident mean when you're like when you have one vote and you have 100 people going to vote? I think so. I think it's going to be the greatest bill ever passed, even for you, as an example. Tremendous amount of Homeland Security money.
Oh,
tremendous amount. It's going to keep the border secure because, you know, we have them secure now, but we need to build more wall. I built almost 600 miles of wall. We need more wall. And all of that's covered in this bill. This bill is amazing for everybody. It's an amazing bill for Florida, too. Really great for Florida.
Are there concerns about the Medicaid cuts, though, Mr.
No,
President?
we're not going to be playing with
An
Medicaid.
estimated
Only waste,
11.8
fraud, and
million
abuse.
Americans could lose
Yeah,
their
the
coverage. Are you
Democrats have
breaking
it
your
wrong.
promise?
Yeah. Waste, fraud, and abuse. In fact, if you look at what's gone on, we've gone way back. We take care of Medicaid. We take care of Medicare. They will blow Medicare and Medicaid because they have no idea what they're doing. Just like they don't have any idea what they did on the border, they have no idea. Medicaid is in big trouble with the Democrats.
So you can promise anyone who loses their health care coverage that is because of waste, fraud, and abuse?
Waste, fraud, only waste, fraud, and abuse, which is what everybody wants.
President, Russia has about 50,000 troops stationed outside of Sumy in Ukraine. What will you do if Russia authorizes an offensive?
We'll see what happens. I'm watching it very closely.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
About Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit next week, what are you hoping to get out of that? And do you think there'll be any progress?
Well, it's going to be a very quick celebration. We had a great hit. It was a obliteration. Okay, now it turns out it was an obliteration. You know, they demeaned CNN mostly and the New York Times, fake New York Times. They demeaned these great soldiers. They went over there 17 hours flying, and they hit bullseye after bullseye after bullseye. It all blew up. Everybody saw it. Then they get back, and CNN said, well, they did okay, but maybe it wasn't. Let me tell you, it was beyond obliteration. Nobody can even get down there. The tunnels are busted. Everything fell into the well. It was a total and complete obliteration, and we should celebrate these heroes. And what I'm doing is I'm bringing them, Ron, we're bringing them to Florida or to the White House. I gave them their choice. I think they're going to take the White House.
Probably.
I shouldn't tell you this.
Mr. President, there's going to be a new bill called Make American Elections Great Again.
I love it.
Forcing the U.S. Census Bureau to redo the census to actually get an account of how many Americans with proof of citizenship are in our area, in our country, redistricting some of the House districts. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll speak for both of us. We love it. Okay, you're going to like this one. I know all about it. We want to bring our elections back. The election in 2020 was rigged, millions and millions of votes. It had to do with COVID and a lot of things, but it really had to do with the crooked people. The Democrats are very good at cheating on elections. And that's why I said too big to rig. They tried this one too. But after about 9:02, they gave up too many votes. You know, too big to rig. Ron would love it. I would love it. Christie would love it. That's what they have to do. They have to bring it back. And we have to look, you know, Ron, they include anybody that happens to be in your state.
Well, California would lose like 5 seats if they did a fair census. And even beyond that, the Biden census gypped Florida of at least 1 seat. We only got 1 seat in the last census. Are you trying to tell me that Florida only had 1 seat in that? We should have had at least 2. Texas should have had another one. That could be the difference in the House of Representatives and the majority. So I would love for them to redo the census for 26. My legislature will redistrict those lines. we'll get it to where it's fair. But as it's right now, this country is not fairly apportioned. I've got so many more millions of people in Florida that have representation because of that flawed census.
Mr. President, I think it's going to do very well. A lot of people, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's captivated the country. Everybody wants it. It's going to get in, it's going to pass, and we're going to be very happy.
Elon Musk is ripping into this bill again. Are you concerned that Republicans are going to be swayed by Musk and his money?
No, I don't think so. I think what's going to happen is Doge is going to look at Musk. And if Doge looks at Musk, we're going to save a fortune. Thank you very much, everybody. I don't think you should be playing that game with me.
Mr. President, July 9th tariff guideline.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President Trump and Governor DeSantis, Secretary Noem, all in the motorcade and viewing the Alligator Alcatraz. En route to that, some great moments between the President of the United States and the Governor of Florida, completely on the same page. And they will be now taking in illegal migrants into this facility right after President Trump's tour and departure from Ochopee, Florida.
So this is going to be at rapid pace. We're going to see it right there. So that's where they're headed, the two leaders, the governor of Florida and the president of the United States, as it's now 2 minutes from the top of the hour. So now's a good time to actually replay President Trump from the south lawn of the White House. This is about a 13-minute video, but it's good to get all the way up to date when it comes to President Trump from that live footage that you just saw there. And if you missed earlier, President Trump, when he left the White House on the south lawn of the White House to the Marine One, stopped and spoke to reporters there as well. So we're going to play that in just a second. Before we do, let's go to allfamilypharmacy.com.
Disasters happen, and you don't have to be part of that, whether it's a blocked road or a storm that comes through and the pharmacy shut down, or it's an insurance company simply does not want you to have access to great pharmaceutical medicines like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, mebendazole, also the methylene blue, NAD+, and over 200 essential medications that can be life-saving, along with emergency medical kits. They have extended their 20% off now, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, code RSBN20. Shop today, and it's smart to do. Stock up that medicine cabinet. You could travel with these medications as well. Scan the QR code right now. No insurance, no hassle, no red tape. This group of doctors and nurses and pharmacists simply want to help you and are on the right side of history. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN.
From Florida, those live pictures, to Spring, Texas, where Angel Paste is from, angelpaste.com. You can get a discount using the RSBN promo code. Plenty of great products on this site. A great gift for those of you out there that are looking for a gift. Angelpaste.com, a longtime sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. They hire military veterans. Great company right there, angelpaste.com. As it is now, the top of the hour, 11 o'clock this morning. Happy July 1st to you guys out there. It's great to see the next month as we continue on our coverage here on Right Side. Let's go to President Trump from earlier today, within the past 2.5 hours or so, on the south lawn of the White House.
Good morning. We're going out to Alligator Alcatraz. It's an East Coast version, and it should be very exciting, very good. Worked very hard on it with Ron and everybody, and I think it's going to be great. And then I'll be back here fighting for the bill, and I hear it's going okay. We'll move it along. But we'll be back here pretty early.
What do you think the president on the bill? You've been warning some Republicans not to go too crazy with the cuts. Are there parts of the bill or amendments that you think cut too much?
We're going to have to see the final version. I don't want to go too crazy with cuts. I don't like cuts. There are certain things that have been cut, which is good. I think we're doing well. We're going to have to see. It's very complicated stuff. Great enthusiasm, as you know. And I think in the end we're going to have it. What do you think, Caroline? Yeah, I think it is.
What do you think about Zoran Mamdani having such a hard time condemning the phrase globalizing intifada?
I think he's terrible. He's a communist. The last thing we need is a communist. I said there will never be socialism in the United States. Now we have a communist. I think he's bad news. And I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with him, watching him, because he has to come right to this building to get his money. And don't worry, he's not going to run away with anything. I think he's, frankly, I've heard he's a total nut job. I think the people of New York are crazy. If they go this route, I think they're crazy. We will have a communist for the first time, really, a pure, true communist. He wants to operate the grocery stores, the department stores. What about the people that are there? I think it's crazy.
What happened to Elon Musk?
Who?
What happened to Elon Musk?
Nothing. You know, he's upset he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but you know, he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that. We hope it's going to happen, and we're looking forward to happening sometime next week. We want to get our hostages back. We want to get the hostages back.
What if the big beautiful bill doesn't pass? You have to go through item by item by item and pass this stuff one at a time, or are you just going to try again?
I think we're going to get there. It's tough. We're trying to break it down so it's really good for the country. Trying to get a lot for everybody, and it's a big bill. And smaller bills would have been easy, but they wouldn't have been as good. I think it's going to do okay.
And with the Alligator Alcatraz, is the idea that if some illegal immigrant escapes, they just get eaten by an alligator or a snake or something?
I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If the snakes are fast, but alligators are, we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison. How to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%. Okay? Not a good thing.
What are you going to talk to Netanyahu about next Monday?
Well, he's coming here. We're going to talk about a lot of things. We're going to talk about the great success we had. I mean, we had an incredible, in Iran, we had an incredible success. Like really nobody's had in many, many years. That was a precision war strike. And the word obliteration can now be used because the Atomic Energy Commission said you can't even get into the place. It was demolished. It was really demolished. It was a great, brilliant strike, and how to go forward. We're also going to talk about Gaza. We want to get the rest. We got a lot of hostages back, but we're going to talk about Gaza. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid. Maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out. The hydrogen cars, and when they blow up, it's serious. They find you 5 blocks away. It's that good.
How are the main talks going? Are there any countries we can expect to see before the July 9th deadline?
Everything's going well. Honestly, everything. This is very complicated because it's very big. A lot of different areas. Look, the Republicans have their heart in it. The Democrats just want to destroy our country. A Democrat wants to destroy the country. They won't vote on it. They don't vote on anything. This is the biggest tax cut in history. Everything is the biggest in history. It's the best bill we've ever had. We can't get one Democrat vote.
When do you think you'll get final? When do you think you'll get final?
Nice guy, Peter. What do you think?
Very nice guy.
When do you think you'll get final passage of the bill?
Hopefully soon. Hopefully today, if we can. Final passage. When I say final is, let's take Senate at a time, okay? But I think Senate could be today, and we go over to the House.
And what about Senator Murkowski? Is there any way to placate her?
Who knows? You tell me. You tell me. Is there? Alaska's done so well with me. There's never been a president better to Alaska than me. But it doesn't mean people appreciate it. Have a good time.
What is your message to the Republicans? Good to see you, Mr. President. What's your message to the Republicans that are not yet on board?
I think it would be very wise for them to get on board. I really do. I think so. It's a great bill. Nothing's easy because we made it great big. We added everything in there for everybody. And it's also a beautiful economic development bill. Great for the border, great for low taxes. And I would say that they have to do it, really. I would say that. And if they don't do it, look, suffer the consequences.
And on the timeline, are you open to moving back the timeline, Mr. President, or do you want to keep it to the July 4th? You're open on that.
I'd love to do July 4th, but I think it's very hard to do July 4th. It was 2 months ago. I would think maybe July 4th, but somewhere around there.
And did you see what Elon Musk said? What did you make of that? That Republicans that vote for this bill should hang their head in shame? What did you make of that?
Elon is not getting his mandate. He wanted an electric mandate, and he should have known I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I campaigned on this thing for 2 years. I never understand why he did what he did, but he's not going to get his mandate, and he better be careful because he might not get anything else.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You know what that means, right?
What does that mean?
All right, looking live there at the Alligator Alcatraz facility, the AKA name of this illegal alien facility. And I'm told that this is actually serving as an airport as well. I mean, this is something where the illegal aliens will be housed, processed, deported, and right off of the runway there with the airplanes. So President Trump actually landing at the actual facility. So any minute from now, we'll see the president, we'll see the governor of Florida. Of course, we'll see DHS Secretary Kristi Noem as well.
And Governor DeSantis mentioning that this is built in 8 days. So really record time, and he continues an extraordinary tenure in the free sunshine state. Even when they had devastating hurricanes, they had bridges built within 3 weeks, kind of a feat for engineering and also the coordination of public and private entities. So he's continuing an extraordinary tenure as the governor of Florida.
Exactly. So we're monitoring that live picture there. And of course, we've been looking at the live picture from the Senate floor back in Washington, D.C., as you see on the bottom right of your screen. Monitoring a number of stories today. Of course, President Trump in Florida, but a lot going on there at the Senate as well. So if there is any breaking news with the big, beautiful bill, we'll bring that to you as well, whether that's today, tomorrow, or whenever it happens. We are live for it here. Speaking of live, 48 hours from now in Iowa for the president's speech there. So a lot of traveling this week outside the beltway of Washington, D.C. for President Trump.
Yes, absolutely. And he does it best, getting out there to see everything on the ground. And it's what he did to build the amazing Trump organization, seeing everything on the ground in real time to assess and then make decisions. And we've seen he's been able to host a series of master classes as a result, especially with our media, to detail just what he's going after, and coming off of a couple of weeks that are not only a huge success for this administration, but also for the world, as now we don't have to worry about an Iranian nuclear situation and also peace coming to the Middle East as a result.
From the international front to the domestic front, that is Florida you're looking at. What a cool looking sight that is. You're seeing President Trump on his way into the facility there. The airport is right alongside that facility. So this is, again, Alligator Alcatraz. Quite the name, but fitting, as you said earlier, right there in the middle of the Everglades, built in not a lot of time. And then President Trump kind of jokingly talking about snakes and alligators around, but that's actually true. I mean, it's obviously something that is not the safest spot in the world when you get into that wildlife there. But this is, again, 5,000 beds at this facility. Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, of course, saying that this is not something where we're looking to house them for a long period of time. This is a quick, let's get it done, process, deport, and again, criminal illegal aliens there in Florida. So this is something that we're watching live. Of course, 3 live pictures, 4 if you count Robert and I here. But you see at the bottom left, the facility. Top left is also the facility where President Trump will be. And then the bottom right, of course, a live look at the U.S. Senate in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill.
And more due process, much better than even what our J6 prisoners received when you think about this. So people who stay here will not be staying long. It will be rather quick, rather fluid, and we'll see more of those comments and listen to what the president and governor have to say after their tour here. But nice to have that press gaggle right before this has commenced, just to get an idea of what this amazing facility will do. So, even if you are an illegal immigrant, you're getting those Sixth Amendment rights that are really not afforded to you. It's only afforded to American citizens. But still, that dignity question that you've heard from the legacy media, how can we ensure X, Y, and Z? Well, Governor DeSantis showcasing it today.
Exactly. All right, so some of the doors opening there on the right side of your screen there. As we see the president approach the cameras, we'll go there live. Actually, let's go there live right now.
They're in.
Live in that building, right? Yeah.
Just walking by it. That's where
Okay, so right inside those doors there is that other live picture that we were seeing inside where the roundtable discussion will be as President Trump getting that tour of this facility. And then, of course, we're going to see the president any minute from now inside as well.
Yes, and to detail what's happening on this exact site. When President Trump takes off from here, they will begin receiving illegal aliens for deportation. And as Secretary Noem had said in the press gaggle off of Air Force One, whether it's Ecuador to our friends in El Salvador and Honduras and these Central American and South American nations agreeing to taking back their transnational citizens who came here illegally in order to assist the United States.
And in other cases, a number of countries from around the world, as we saw what that was like. This is the reversal of Joe Biden's terrible open border policy. We saw all of those caravans. You remember those videos of just people coming across the border and they were allowed in. Also, how about the times that the people were flown in? They were flown into various cities around our country, illegal aliens. That was quite the scene. It was really trying to disrupt the United States of America, to really try and take down our country. But it was too big to rig, and President Trump won that election, and now this is the result. We get things like this, and we're looking for a lot of results here at Right Side in general. We the people, we want to see all of these things to make our country be made great again.
And more than any other reason, from the auto pen and the awful policies over the course of the Biden administration, this was the most clear. President Trump saying this to a joint session of Congress back in the first week of March, now almost 4 months ago, that on the border specifically and with illegal immigration, all you needed to do was change the president because of the executive authorities outlined in Article 2. And he continues to win cases in the high court that will affect decisions like this, especially on Friday's ruling with the injunctions that these low-level courts simply can't usurp the executive authority of the President of the United States. And Governor DeSantis speaking on that such topic earlier today, that Article 2 powers were enshrined in the Constitution by our founders, and now this president can move forward with his agenda.
It's more of cleaning out the corruption, not only in Washington, D.C., but around the country through various governmental situations, but also activist judges, to your point, Robert. So we're looking forward to seeing the president here, the governor. Also, I was told that Byron Donalds was in attendance, so we'll see if we see him. Also, Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary. In the meantime, again, a shout out to Tom Homan for just being straight up with the American people as to what the goals are for this country. It's pretty simple: law and order and a massive deportation operation. And of course, a closed, sealed southern border. Isn't that wild to see Army vehicles along the southern? Okay, we're being told to toss to President Trump.
So I thought this was so professional and so well done that you should come and look at it as opposed to standing around and not knowing where we are. And we're just taking tours through the areas where they stay and the areas where the medical is and all. And they've really done, between Kristi and Ron and the whole group, it's really government working together. And congratulations to you two guys. But I want you to see it as opposed to waiting for us and then say, how was it, right? It really is pretty amazing. Did they take the vote yet? How's the vote doing? I would normally be home waiting for the vote.
Yes, we would.
Or be in Congress, but I wanted to come down and see. I hear the vote's going to be good. So you'll let me know. You'll let me know.
I will let you know.
Have they taken it yet?
What's that?
They're taking it now.
I don't think they've taken the vote yet. Not concluded, but they are taking.
Boy, wouldn't that be an upset, huh?
Yeah. Are you confident that this can get through the House? And is there any wiggle room on your July 4th?
It's the greatest tax cut in the history of our country. And if it doesn't pass, it's the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. That alone, 68% increase as opposed to a massive cut. It's the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, and everybody gets it.
Mr. President and Madam Secretary, CNN yesterday pushed an app that lets you track where ICE agents are. Tom Homan was saying that perhaps CNN should be prosecuted for that as obstruction of law enforcement. Your response?
Yeah, we're working with the Department of Justice to see if we can prosecute them for that, because what they're doing is actively encouraging people to avoid law enforcement activities, operations, and we're going to actually go after them and prosecute them with the partnership of PAM if we can, because what they're doing we believe is illegal.
And they may be prosecuted also for having given false reports on the attack in Iran. They were given totally false reports. It was totally obliterated. And our people have to be celebrated, not come home and say, what do you mean we didn't hit the target? We hit the target prison. You know, the pilots came home and they said we hit the target prison. So they may be very well prosecuted for that. What they did there we think is totally illegal. Okay, let's go. Follow us. Okay, you got it. Hi, Brian. How are you doing? Doing all right? Thanks very much. The boyfriend, very lucky. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, really?
You
works for who?
He works.
President Trump on his way to that room right there. In the meantime, we can talk about a couple sponsors. The fact that we're able to bring you this live footage is thanks to these great sponsors, but also they have great products. So disasters don't wait, either should you. Power outages, blocked roads, empty pharmacy shelves. It only takes one emergency to leave you without the medications you need. So whether it's a hurricane, wildfire, or a new virus threat, All Family Pharmacy is there for you.
Yes, it is a smart thing to do. These are great doctors, pharmacists, nurses who care about you, so no bureaucracy, no red tape, and they're getting you the life-saving medication, including ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, methylene blue, mebendazole, NAD+, and over 200 essential medications and antibiotics, also emergency medical kits that you could take on the road as well. So 2025, no excuse to not have the medicine cabinet full, but also take it on the road for your summer travels. It's nice and easy, and now they've extended their 20% off deal with code RSBN20. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Pay less for your prescription medications, and no insurance, no red tape. It's the place to go, allfamilypharmacy.com.
All right, let's go back to President Trump in Florida right now.
I think Bobby's going to figure it out. Nice to see you.
Thank you for visiting us down
for
here.
visiting. This is our team, our pharmacist, and our nurse practitioner.
How are you?
They actually did all the work. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you guys for doing this. Thank you for your partnership.
You had how many days to do it?
We actually just had 24 hours.
24 hours.
Yeah.
I was relentless.
This is like a monoclonal antibody clinic on steroids. We did the monoclonal for 24. By the time they were doing these, 16 hours later.
All right, so some of the behind the scenes there.
Yeah, it's always fun to see friends and familiar faces from the campaign trail and the staff who is truly extraordinary for President Trump in the press and communications office, especially as he continues his tour with Governor DeSantis and Secretary Noem.
Exactly. So the camera is going to where the next vantage point will be following the president. As we see that, our producers and directors are looking at all of that footage. So that's when they tell us to toss. You know, that's why we toss pretty quickly sometimes. A little bit inside baseball for you here live on RSBN Live. It's 11:24 this morning. We're about to see the president once again here as he's walking to that facility right there to speak to the American people and have a roundtable discussion with the government leaders like Governor Ron DeSantis. So great to see that as President Trump's checking out the Alligator Alcatraz, but also keeping on his mind the United States Senate as well, as they are debating the big, beautiful bill. And will there be a vote today? Who knows? But we'll be monitoring it right here on Right Side.
Yes, we look forward to that as he asked the press, did it happen yet? And we might get a surprise or two, but it doesn't look like any Democrat will cross over the threshold in order to support tax cuts, securing the border. Also, the UAW and the amazing folks working hard for this country. Let's toss back to Alligator Alcatraz in Florida.
This is some of our staff, Florida Police Emergency Management staff, some of our aides here, some of our soldiers are going to be working. So, and again, it's a period for everybody. I will tell you, this is not right here.
way? Thank you, Press.
Okay, Press, let's keep going. Come on, guys.
Please run.
Inside baseball, you're seeing it all right here live. That's how it works. You know, when you're out there, if you're a reporter or a camera person, the press person comes over and says, okay, next stop, here we go. And they go get set up to the next one, and we'll take it live here in just a second. So that's kind of what we're going to do until they go into that room there.
I look forward to President Trump really having that time with the specialists and the Federal Division of Emergency Management with the Sunshine State of Florida. And as he mentioned earlier on this tour, it really is the working together of many different levels of government, and how impressed he was to see it not only go up so fast, but even as Governor DeSantis said, it's like a monoclonal antibodies, if you remember those from COVID, one of those centers on steroids. And imagine some of those blue states, they actually refuse to set up those arenas or those stations where you can get those monoclonal antibodies. Well, Florida did the opposite, and thanks be to God for that, because it saved a lot of lives in the process, getting life-saving medication to those during the COVID crisis.
Bottom of the hour, 11:28, about to see President Trump and the governor of Florida and Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, here in just a minute as they're inching their way to that room right there for that roundtable discussion that was part of the president's public schedule, sent out pretty late last night. So we're here for the live coverage of it. And then, of course, if there's any passage of the big, beautiful bill from Capitol Hill at the U.S. Senate, of course, we'll bring that to you as we get it. And we do have a live feed to the U.S. Senate right now as well. And we will continue to have that in the coming days until there is a vote there. So we'll bring that to you as we receive any information on that. So President Trump, again, just to recap, if you're just starting to join us right now at 11:28 Eastern Time, the president left the South Lawn of the White House about 2.5 hours ago, spoke to the press there, and then landed and spoke with Governor Ron DeSantis in front of the press, which was great to see the two leaders together.
Absolutely. Two of the finest in all of the country getting it done for the American people. And this will look a little bit different in the Southeast here, as Governor DeSantis, as well as those in Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, all term limited. So we're going to see some new leadership, but really the Southeast part of the country doing an amazing job the way they have led on so many crucial issues over the course of nearly 8 years.
Exactly. All right, looks like people are getting more situated in that room there. That would most likely mean we'll see the leader of the free world along with the governor of Florida and others take their seats and have the roundtable discussion. And then also, we're looking forward to seeing what happens on Capitol Hill as well. So just monitoring two different stories right now. Of course, the primary one, seeing the president in Florida. Again, the Alligator Alcatraz, they have 5,000 beds there for housing, but the housing isn't going to be a long-term thing. They'll get processed and deported, and we're hearing that these are criminal illegal aliens for these different detention centers.
Correct. And as President Trump said during the press gaggle, that the worst will be expedited as much as possible and under the letter of the law. And again, these are people, if you compare this to what happened with the January 6th defendants, whether or not you agreed why they were there in the first place, many of them were in solitary confinement for 2, 3, nearly 4 years. And we're going to toss it back there now to Alligator Alcatraz.
times to make sure there's nothing that can be used for contraband or weapons before the detainees come in.
See what I mean? It's an amazing job. They've all done a great job. Proud of them.
Mr. President, Mr. Governor, what's your message to Governor Gavin Newsom inside of this facility?
Well, the first thing you should do is come here and learn something, because they don't do this. They don't know. They wouldn't know where to begin, and if they did it would cost them 100 times more. So I would say he should call the governor and Christie, and I'm sure you'd give him because his state is a disaster, and he doesn't do this.
Well, they have the original Alcatraz, so you guys could approve him being able to set one of these up over there. I'm sure the secretary would be happy to do that and provide. My sense is he's probably not going to bite on that, but I don't know that they'd be able to come in at cost because they tried to do this high-speed rail. They spent like $150 billion, no tracks. We've got a privately funded rail in Florida from Miami to Orlando. It costs the taxpayers $0, and it's very successful. So it's just a much different approach between states.
We're not going to let him get anywhere near Alcatraz. It'll cost 100 times more than they thought. Now, he ought to come here and study this because he could learn a lot. Yes?
Who's the first person checking into the room, sir?
Tomorrow.
Hopefully tomorrow, within the next 24 hours.
They have the doctors, they have all the professionals.
There's going to be a security sweep because there have been civilians here, so they will sweep this multiple times to make sure there's nothing can be used as weapons or any contraband. And then once that's cleared, then they'll do. So it's really up to Secretary. I know has got people in the queue, and so they'll be ready to receive.
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility. So if any of the news claims are keeping them out in the hot, humid South Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here,
to be honest.
Hey,
Biden wanted me in here. Okay, he wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here. That son of a bitch.
What's your expectation what this will do for the speed and force of deportations?
A lot of things, and they're both telling me that these people come in here, they want to go home. And they want to go home, so we immediately send them home, where it's appropriate. Now, if somebody's a real killer, we don't send them anywhere. We put them in a maximum security. Look, what we inherited from this guy, this incompetent man, and his administration, which wasn't incompetent, it was radical left, lunatic, communist, whatever you want to say. I know most of them. What we inherited should never, ever be forgotten. What they've made us do. This is all because of an open border policy where 25 million people flowed in. From all over the world, from prisons, from all over the world they flowed in. For no reason whatsoever. We had, when I left, we had a very powerful border. We had no problem. He opened it up. Day one, he just opened the border, and people couldn't believe it. That's right. They were standing there. What are they doing? They said, go in. That's it. You look at the first day tapes. They opened it up and they said, go in. And that's where all of this began. But this is an amazing thing that they've done here. Really
but listen, people don't have to come here. If they self-deport and go home, they can come back legally. We will let them come back legally.
And there is a lot of self-deportation.
Yes. But if you wait and we bring you to this facility, you don't ever get to come back to America. You don't get the chance to come back and be an American again and work here. So.
They weren't with us when the President and Secretary Kevin and I, we went through the intake. So right when you do the intake, they have the information about voluntary departure. They have the ability. Obviously, you guys are funding that because it's a lot cheaper to do it that way. So even if they get brought to the front doorstep here, they still have an opportunity to just go back voluntarily. And then this way they're not...
Let's say they get in here like, hey, I want to stay here, I want to go back. We can put them on a plane that day and take them home. We'll buy their plane ticket, go home, and then they get the chance to come back legally. If they wait and say we're not going to do that,
they can come back legally after a period.
Yeah. You've talked recently about the idea of finding some way to get farm workforce and service sector workforce, and I think you've discussed somehow a program of people leaving on a sponsorship and coming right back. Can you give us a little more detail about that and why, in the view of some hardliners, it's not amnesty?
Take care of our farmers and hotel workers and various other people, and we're working on it right now, and Ron's going to be involved, and you're involved already. So we have a lot of cases where ICE will go into a farm, and these are guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. The farmers know them. We're going to put, it's called farmer responsibility or owner responsibility, where they're going to be largely responsible for these people. And they know these people. They've worked on the farms for 15 years, and all of a sudden so I have a great, Ron does, Christy does, we have a great feeling for the farmer and for others in the same position. and we're going to give them responsibility for people. And we're going to have a system of signing them up so they don't have to go. They can be here legally. They can pay taxes and everything else. They're not getting citizenship, but they get other things. And the farmers need them to do the work. Without those people, you're not going to be able to run your farm.
Mr. President, you and the governor tangled pretty hard in the 2024 election. You stand here now. You stand here now as partners on this effort. How would you describe the relationship, and what future does Governor DeSantis have?
I think it's a 10. Maybe 9-9, because there might be a couple of little wounds. So maybe it's 9-9. I think we have a 10. We get along great.
Well, the thing about it is, I endorsed him immediately in January 2024. I raised one of his PACs millions and millions of dollars. And obviously, we saved him a lot of money in Florida because Florida was a deep red state. He didn't even have to do a rally in Florida, whereas 2016 and 20, this was like ground zero. And so we've been, really happy to do that. And then we've worked very well on this and other issues with Florida. You can call him at any time, and he wants to be helpful for governors. I mean, I can tell you that. We did Hurricane Helene last year. You didn't hear from the president at the time then, but with President Trump, we know immediately. You just make the phone call.
A follow-up question. I'm sorry. Like another thing you inherited. How firm are you going to be with Netanyahu about ending the war in Gaza?
Very firm. But he wants it too. I will tell you. He's coming here next week. He wants to end it too. We had a tremendous success with Iran. They won't have me. Somebody said, "When are you going to sign?" I said, "Sign? They are so bombed out." Did you see the report issued this morning? The place was decimated. It'll be years before anybody even gets down there. So that's not a priority, but we'll have a report and we'll have whatever we want. We'll get whatever we want from Iran. And I think, and I hope they want to have a good country. They have massive sanctions right now, biting sanctions. It's going to be very hard for them to do anything with those sanctions. And I look forward to maybe there'll be a time when we get along with them and they can rebuild their country.
Is there a point where you tell Netanyahu, like, you got to end this now, you got to strike a deal?
Well, he wants to. I can tell you he wants to, and I think we'll have it. I think we'll have a deal next week. That's what I think.
Do you intend to announce your pick for successor to Jay Powell earlier than say, or as early as say this summer or this fall?
Will I do something about who it's going to be?
Yes.
I don't know. Hey, he'd be a good candidate. You might do this. She'd be a good candidate, too. Anybody would be better than Jay Powell. No, he's causing us a fortune because he keeps the rate way up. I think it's Trump derangement syndrome, personally. But, we have a very strong country. We're the strongest country. Look, our country right now is at a level that we haven't seen for 40, 50 years. What we're doing now is nobody's seen anything like it. I told you, I was in the Middle East. The King of Saudi Arabia said to me very strongly, he said, "You know what? A year ago you had a dead country. Now you have the hottest country in the world." We do. We have the hottest country in the world. Thank you very much.
When are we going to see that exemption for farmers? And what about other
we'll be seeing it over the next couple of years.
Construction and other
Also, we'll kill those type of industries.
Will Kilmore Abrego Garcia be the first inmate here?
All right, so we saw the president there on his way to that room right there for the roundtable discussion. Kristi Noem making some news earlier talking about CNN, this report about this app called Ice Block, where this app will locate or show where ICE agents are and pinpoint, that to let people know. Well, Kristi Noem saying they're looking at possible prosecutions now from the DOJ to both CNN and the creator of that app, being against the law to reveal where ICE agents are, that kind of thing.
It's literally a violation of federal law to harbor an illegal alien, and that's why you've had even governors like the Jelly Bean Pritzker and Newsom of Illinois and California who have actually said to Mr. Homan and Ms. Noem, "Come and arrest me." They've actually dared them to do that because they are harboring illegal aliens. They know they're breaking the law in the process, and it's a sad day to see something like that. As Governor DeSantis said, this president picks up the phone, will work and talk with any governor in order to assist from the federal side of things. And we've seen that great partnership here in Florida.
Exactly. And Governor DeSantis talking about the Sun Rail, that train that goes from Orlando to Miami. That was a private partnership there, in the sense of the private citizens paid for that. This wasn't something that was charged to anybody there in Florida. Compare that, contrast that to California. They've been trying to get some sort of rail like that for a while, and it costs all sorts of money. So yeah, there's the right side or the right way to do things, and then the wrong way.
There is. I've been on the Sunrail. It's really, really nice. It's a lot of fun and a beautiful way to travel throughout this extraordinary state known as Florida, just to the south of us.
Exactly. And the Gulf of America, of course, President Trump sporting that hat today, this week, is hopefully going to be kind of fun. Hopefully a lot of wins happen in our country, and a lot of great things happen for our nation as it's July 4th coming up this Friday. The day before, on the 3rd, we'll have coverage from Iowa, President Trump to speak there for the America 250 event. Let's go there to the Alligator Alcatraz right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. You've done a fantastic job. Even the microphone works well. That's good. Wow. Well, I'd like to just thank everybody for the incredible job they've done. I love the state. As you know, Ron and I have had a really great relationship for a long time. We had a little off period for a couple of days, but it didn't last long. It didn't last long, and a lot of respect for each other. And it's a great honor to be deep in Florida, the Florida Everglades, to open America's newest migrant detention center. It's incredibly built, and you're seeing that yourself. That's why I said, let the press join us on our walk so they can see what's happening. It's known as Alligator Alcatraz, which is very appropriate because I looked outside and that's not a place I want to go hiking anytime soon. But very soon this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation. And a lot of these people are self-deporting back to their country where they came from. Quite a few. We're amazed at actually the number. We took the FEMA money that Joe Biden allocated to pay for the free luxury hotel rooms, where he's paying hundreds of millions of dollars in New York City. And we used it to build this project, and Ron, it was just a little fraction of that money. The money they spent on that project, I happen to know the real estate developer. He's a he never really made that much, but he became very wealthy. With luxury, he didn't do well. With people that are not exactly luxury, he's made a fortune. I want to thank Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier. Where is James? Where is he? You do a very good job. I hear good things. I hear good things about you from Ron, too. No, you really do. He's even a good-looking guy. That guy's got a future, huh? Good job, James. I hear you did really, really fantastic. Worked hard. You're like in the construction business for a few days, right? Huh? Congratulations. For all the hard work and to make this facility possible. It's amazing. Thanks as well to Florida Agricultural Commissioner Wilton Simpson. Where is Wilton? Where are you? Hi, Wilton. Been a long time. Thank you. Congressman Byron Donalds. Where's Byron? Hi, Byron. How are you? Good. Florida Speaker of the House, Daniel Perez. Daniel? Daniel? Thank you, Daniel. Why, you didn't want to sit up here with us, Daniel?
Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie. Hi, Kevin. Good job. Acting Director of ICE, Todd Lyons. Todd, great job. And Senator Joe Gruters. He is a great guy. Where is Joe? We love Joe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Joe is great. With the help of those incredible Border Patrol agents, we now have the lowest level of daily border crossings ever recorded. As you know, last month, the month of May, just got released 2 days ago, the number of illegal aliens into the United States was zero. Even I find that hard to believe. That somebody must have gotten it, I think. I don't know, but they say zero. And the people that count them are radical left Democrats. So when a radical left Democrat tells me it's zero, I believe him. But there's still much work to do. In the 4 years before I took office, Joe Biden allowed 21 million people, that's a minimum, I think it was much higher than that, illegal aliens to invade our country. He invaded our country just like a military would invade. It's tougher because they don't wear uniforms. You don't know who they are. More than the populations of New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, and Philadelphia combined. That's what came into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, from street gangs, drug dealers. It's disgusting. This enormous country-destroying invasion has swamped communities nationwide with massive crime, crippling costs, and burdens far beyond what any nation could withstand. No nation could withstand what we did, and we're in the process of doing it, but we have some great people doing it now, and you see them up here with me. But it's, I'd call it like an unforced era. It's sort of like men and women sports. It's sort of like transgender for everybody. How could they have done this to our country? And we're never going to forget it. Last year, 15% of all the hotel rooms in New York City were used to house illegal aliens at costs that they never got for luxury. They never got this much for luxury people coming in from the wealthiest places on earth. They made more money with the illegal immigrants, with many rooms costing more than $300 a night, 6 times the rent of a typical American family. In Denver, Colorado, the city was forced to cut $10 million from its police and fire department budget as part of a $90 million plan to house illegal aliens. And it's a population that's growing and growing and destroying Denver and growing. And again, it's destroying Denver. And it's destroying many other cities, too. Likewise, one of the city's largest hospital system is drowning in unpaid medical bills, unpaid in the billions, after their emergency rooms were flooded with tens of thousands of illegals, leading to the closure of critical services. And these are really critical services. They can't even keep them open for American patients. The American patients were treated worse than any illegal immigrant. In Los Angeles, 1 in every 4 students in the public school system is from a household headed by an illegal, and most of them don't speak English, so they're in a school system, and they don't have interpreters, they don't have anything, they don't speak English. What a mess, what a mess. Unforced error, all these people allowed to come in. The United States is now spending $78 billion a year on translation. Okay, think of that, $78 billion a year on translation, and smaller numbers on special education programs for non-English speakers in our public schools. So $78 billion, I think that's not a mistake. I would say $1 million maybe, hundreds of thousands of dollars, $78 billion, Joe, on translators and non-English speaking work. Federal government, the Justice Department, it's more than twice the cost of maintaining the United States Justice Department, what we're spending on translation and other things to help. In total, the average illegal alien costs American taxpayers an estimated $70,000. That's each, $70,000. I think that number is even low. If you care about balancing the budget, the single most impactful step we can take is to fully reverse the Biden migration invasion. One of the worst invasions we've ever had. We've never had an invasion like this. We've had invasions, but we've taken care of them. We've never had an invasion like this. And it's with us. And we have some very bad people out there looking to do big harm. That's why the One Big Beautiful Bill includes funding for 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And I've gotten to know the Border Patrol and ICE very well. Unlike Kamala, she was the border czar, but she never saw the border. She never made one phone call. She was some border czar. She would have been some president. Probably would have been slightly better than Biden, though. I had to run against both of them, you know? The one guy, it's like a fighter. You knock out the one guy who's doing badly, then they put somebody else in. But fortunately, she was a stiff also. Otherwise, I would have been very angry. I would have been extremely angry. The heroes of ICE will also help round up and remove members of the savage drug cartels, which are coming back into our country. And we got them out. Now, some of them came back in. We just got them out again. And that's going to be a vicious cycle. But these are foreign gangs. They're horrendous people, killers, that have infiltrated our territory, including 8 which we have designated as foreign terrorist organizations, which gives us a lot more power for speed and getting them out much easier. And we had a great court victory, as you know, on Friday that allows us to do what we have to do from the Supreme Court of the United States. In 5 months, my administration has already arrested over 2,700 members of the murderous Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua, including a pack of these sadistic animals arrested last month with over 280 guns. And these are guns of the latest caliber. These are guns that were made over the last period of less than a year, getting brand new guns, the latest and the greatest. Every day, our brave law enforcement officers are hunting down and deporting migrant criminals who have committed heinous crimes, including more than 13,000 murderers, 11,888 to be exact, but I'd probably say the 13,000 is right also. Think of it, 11,888, and more than half of them, they committed more than one murder. So, Ron, many of them are out of here already, but it's still it's a hell of a number to be confronted with. Just this year, ICE agents in Miami have apprehended illegals with arrests for murder, kidnapping, rape, child sexual abuse, and arson, people of the worst order. We're getting these monsters out of the United States, out of Florida, out of all the places that they're in. And on January 20th, I signed an executive order empowering governors and state police to be deputized to enforce federal immigration laws, and Ron's already taken advantage of it. It's a tremendous advantage for the states. Most of them are doing it. Actually, the blue states tend not to do it. Even a couple of them have, though. And I want to express my tremendous thanks to the state of Florida for embracing this opportunity and being a true partner. They've worked so well with the federal government. It's been just a beautiful, beautiful partnership. So, Ron, I'd like to thank you personally. You are my friend, and you'll always be my friend. And we may have some skirmishes even in the future. I doubt it, but I will always come back because we just we have blood that seems to match pretty well. We have a relationship that's been a very strong one for a long period of time, and I appreciate it, very much appreciate it. And also, Secretary Noem, I'd like to have you say a few words. You have been unbelievable, the job you've done. You and our favorite person, Tom Homan, have done, and your whole staff, because it's a lot of people, and Tom acknowledges it all the time. He respects you so much. He respects the staff that you both built. And you're really doing one of the great jobs. And it was great that you could work with Ron in Florida so well, built such a great facility. So please say a few words. Thank you very much.
I don't know if this will work. Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank you for putting the safety and the security of the American people first, and the way that you never lose focus on making sure that America stays our priority and that the families that live here get the chance to grow up and to raise their children in communities that are safe and that give them an opportunity to pursue the American dream. This facility here is a fantastic representation of what can happen when all of government works together and when it's accountable to the taxpayers and to the citizens that live here. The president signed an executive order that allowed us to build partnerships with states and with local law enforcement officers, which is exactly how things should function in this country. More power, more authority given to people locally so that they can take control of their own destiny. And so we have already been working under the 287G program to deputize law enforcement officers, whether they be state highway patrol, local sheriff's departments in all of our states, and allow them to go out with our ICE officers, our Border Patrol officers, and make sure that we're getting the worst of the worst off of the streets. We also recognize that as we've been doing that and returning people back to their home countries, that we need detention facilities. We need beds to put them in place so that they can have their due process before they return home. And this facility is exactly what I want every single governor in this country to consider doing with us. What happened to start this conversation was that a young man named Jimmy Percival in my office, my general counsel, who came from Florida and used to work here, called up the Attorney General and the governor and said, hey, what do you think about partnering with us on a detention facility that we could put in place that would allow us to bring individuals there? There's an airstrip close by. You guys volunteered the assets that you have and the connections that you have and worked with Kevin extensively so that we could come here, have their due process given, and return them home to their countries. And in 8 days, this facility has been stood up. And I want everybody to recognize that detention facilities that ICE adheres to is a higher standard than is required at state levels, at local Department of Corrections facilities, sheriff's offices. This is a state-of-the-art facility, air-conditioned, isolated, though, for security purposes, which is very helpful. And I appreciate so many people being willing to work together to make a project like this happen. Right here on this location, we'll have about 3,000 beds. Other location will have another 2,000 beds that will allow us to bring individuals across the country that we are bringing in and incarcerating for violating our laws, and immediately get them out of the country as soon as we possibly can. It's exactly what we need to be perpetuating in other states. And what I would say is, I want all of you to notice these flyers that we've got, is that everybody who sees these flyers or anybody who sees these news clips should know you can still go home on your own. You can self-deport. If you go on the CBP Home app and go home now, you will get the chance to come back to the United States legally. You will get the chance to come back and do it the right way. If you don't, you may end up here. And you may end up here and being processed, deported out of this country, and never get the chance to come back. That is the consequences of breaking the law in the United States of America. Listen, our job is to uphold the law. This is a country of laws. We have a border now, and because we have a president that cares and recognizes that we need to be a nation of borders and a nation that upholds the law. If you break the law, there's consequences. We will deport you, and you will never get to be a United States citizen. You'll never even get to come back here and work and to pursue the American dream. But if you decide you want to go home now, go home, and we'll help facilitate it. We'll buy your plane ticket. We'll get you there. In fact, I just got back from Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras. Those countries are excited to get their citizens home. They're setting up programs to loan them money to buy houses when they get there, help them with food assistance, get their children educated, scholarships. They want their citizens that are living here in the United States illegally to come home and to be a part of their economy and help their countries grow. So this is a win-win for everyone. And I just want to end, Mr. President, by thanking our law enforcement officers, by thanking our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers for what they do every day. They are out on the streets, and violence against them has increased over 500% since Trump has gone back into the White House, because he's upholding the law and because a bunch of liberals, socialists, and Marxists are out there lying about what President Trump is doing. President Trump is upholding freedom by what he is doing. The freedom to live safely in this country and to do things legally and to have justice. And because those liberals, and I'm calling out you, CNN, I'm calling you out because you lie every single day about what these operations are. We are going after murderers and rapists and traffickers and drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here. The other day I was talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE. They said that they had detained a cannibal and put him on a plane to take him home, and while they had him in his seat, he started to eat himself. And they had to get him off and get him medical attention. These are the kind of deranged individuals that are on our streets in America that we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so deranged they don't belong here. And they shouldn't be walking the streets with our children. And they shouldn't be living in the communities with our families who just want to grow up, go to job, raise their children to grow up and get a job and to live the American dream. So thank you to all of our law enforcement officers, those in our military that have been helping, our National Guard. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for stepping up and being an example to other governors. I hope my phone rings off the hook from governors calling and saying, how can we do what Florida just did? How can we do exactly what they did? Because we need this big, beautiful bill. We absolutely have to have this big, beautiful bill that has the funding so that we can continue this operation and we can get those bad criminals off of our streets and have the officers to do it so that when they go out on an operation, somebody's got their back. Somebody's got their back, they can do it safely, and they can go home to their families at night, too. So this bill needs to pass through Congress so we have the resources at the Department of Homeland Security to make sure that our homeland truly is secure. And Mr. President, thank you for Stephen Miller. I just want to thank you for him. This guy calls me night and day and tells me all of his wise advice and wisdom, but he's a rock star because he loves this country and he's passionate about making sure that nobody is prioritized over an American citizen. We love everybody. We do. We love everybody.
Not everybody.
But, well,
a lot of people.
But we shouldn't be putting people illegally above citizens. We should be making sure that we do things right. And that's what America has always stood for, and we're an example to the rest of the world because we do it right. So, Mr. President, you surround yourself with great people, and I think that's because everybody wants to work for the greatest president that the United States has ever had, and that's President Donald J. Trump.
Thank
you
very
sir.
much, Christy. That's
Thank
so
you.
nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have to say that, you know, when Christie's name was put before me by Tom Homan, by the way, because I wanted him for the border, and somehow I thought that was going to be good in that sort. But he didn't want the upper job, and I said, who do you recommend? Christy Noem. I said, oh, are you kidding? She's great, but she's such a fine, elegant person. He said, sir, she's tough as hell. I said, are you sure? You are tough as hell, I tell you, and you do it in a very nice way, but you are. If you ever saw her ride a horse, she rides a horse like she should be in the rodeo. She's like an unbelievable horse person, and you've done a fantastic job. And Steve Miller would even agree to that. And he likes nobody, by the way. I don't think he likes anybody. And another one we like is Ron. And Ron, would you say a few words, please?
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Welcome back to Florida. And I think this is the first time you've been back since the events of a couple weeks. So just let me say, as somebody that was serving on active duty in Iraq back in the day, we witnessed the number of our troops that were killed or wounded by the Iranians. We know that they're a militant Islamic regime that was hell-bent on getting nuclear weapons, and under Joe Biden, they were about to get nuclear weapons. And because of your strong actions, those dreams and those ambitions have been reduced to rubble. And I thank you. I know a lot of veterans thank you, and people in Florida really thank you for stepping up and really making a strong, tough, but strong decision. I think we're much safer as a result of that. Now, on the immigration, I think President Trump's election represented the chance for us to finally solve this illegal immigration and border problem once and for all. I knew he was going to do the border, although he did it very quickly and very thoroughly. I think that no one can say that that's been anything but a spectacular success. But then we have the issue of Biden let in how many millions of people? And you had millions that had been in over decades previous to that. You can't have a country if you don't have respect for the rule of law. You can't have a country if foreigners get to decide who comes in. No, we, the American people, make that decision, who's allowed or not allowed to come into our country. We've seen Europe be overrun by open borders, so we're not going to let that happen here. So when President got elected, I knew that the states had an important role to play in facilitating this really, really historic mission. We're the only state in America, Florida, that requires full cooperation with ICE from all state and local law enforcement entities. And what is the net result of that? We have these agreements for these 287G task force with sheriff's departments, police departments, state agencies, and it's really instrumental in rounding up a lot of really bad people who shouldn't be here. If you look at the number of those full-blown 287G agreements that have been executed around the country, the state of Florida counts for 60% of those. If you look at the number of immigration arrests of illegal aliens on any given day, the arrests happening in Florida constitute between 15 and 20% nationwide. So we're all in on this because we understand how important it is to our citizens. It crowds schools, it crowds medical, it crowds housing. Yes, you have illegal alien crime as well, and people want the problem solved. And the only way we're going to solve it is if states like Florida step up and help the president, help Secretary Noem get the job done. Now, this facility here was really in response to us working with DHS and ICE from the time the president got sworn in, and the number one thing they kept coming back to was, Biden decimated the agency. I mean, let's just be clear. You could have illegals in Florida. Biden would just release them. Even when they had notices or they had orders to be removed, Biden wouldn't send them back. So their interior enforcement collapsed under Biden. So they're building it back up. But they're like, we need detention space in order to be able to bring about more deportations. And so what we have here can hold 3,000 now. We have 2,000 facility up at Camp Blanding that we're going to be open, which is our National Guard site. But think about what you have here. They come here, say they already or been ordered to be deported. You drive them 2,000 feet to the runway, and then they're gone. It's a one-stop shop. And this airport that's been here for a long time is the perfectly secure location. It's going to make a big difference. And let me just thank everyone who was involved. We got the call from DHS a little bit more than a week ago. And here we are 8 days later with this facility open. And as soon as Air Force One departs, it'll be swept and it'll be open for business to be able to do. But our goal here is to process them and be able to effectuate their return to their home country. This is the opposite of what they were doing in New York by just putting them up in a hotel and then just letting them stay there indefinitely. No, we want to be able to send back. And when you walk into the processing, the president and I, Secretary Noem, Kevin Guthrie, walk through that initial intake. The first thing you see is information on how to go home on your own. Why would you want to come through Alligator Alcatraz if you can just go home on your own? I think a lot of people are going to make that decision. So you're going to have a lot of deportations that are going to be done by the administration, but I think you're going to have a lot of voluntary as well. So this is a force multiplier for the president's efforts. I would just say and echo what Secretary Noem says. There is no reason why other states can't be doing it. And I know Louisiana, Texas, a couple of them. But we've got if only the red states did this, they would be able to expand their capacity by tens of thousands, maybe 50, 100,000 on a given day. That's how you really start to make a difference. And so we're proud to be able to partner with the Trump administration on that. Mr. President, thanks for coming down. I think you highlighting this is going to move the needle in a big way throughout the country. And I think it's going to help all of us achieve the really big results that I think our voters want to see.
Thank you, Ron. Great job. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. My name is Kevin Guthrie. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management. And I'd also like to thank President Trump and the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Noem for joining us here today and for their continued support. I want to thank first by thanking the man to my right, and that's Governor Ron DeSantis, whose bold leadership and swift action made this project possible. Make no mistake, this facility would not be standing here without the President, the Secretary, and the Governor's vision and determination to uphold the rule of law. Florida is and will always be a law and order state. Even before the President took office, the Governor made it clear that illegal immigration would not be tolerated in the state of Florida. When the President and the Secretary asked Florida to help, the Governor empowered our state and private partners to work collaboratively and deliver real results on a rapid timeline. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is best known for leading the nation in hurricane response and other natural disasters. We understand how to act fast without bureaucracy in the face of any emergency. Our teams built roads in 8 hours, bridges in 3 days, base camps in 72 hours, and full causeways in 2 weeks. Getting things done quickly, efficiently, and correctly is at the core of our mission. We simply just want to be the best at what we do in the nation. When the Governor called me, we answered, and we were proud to bring our logistical expertise to the table. We know how to set up base camps for guardsmen, first responders, linemen, volunteers, and other aid sources, and distribute that in a matter of days before a storm. We're able to translate this knowledge to what we did here at Alligator Alcatraz. Florida has put the best teams together who check their individual logos and egos at the door to get this done. Not just for you, Governor, but Mr. President, for you as well. There are over 13 different vendors that came together to get this solved in 8 days. Truly a whole of private sector partnership to get that done. Behind you on these boards, in only 8 days, we have built a fully compliant detention facility with a detainee capacity of up to 3,000 people, with room for additional capacity if you asked us to do so. The detention facility includes over 158,000 square feet of housing and is a fully aluminum frame structure rated for winds of 110 miles an hour or a high-end Category 2 for those people that don't think that we're taking that into consideration. This is Florida, by the way. Power supply is fully redundant with backup generators in place. We've put a staff village here on site with a capacity of 1,000. Our services are hot meal 3 times a day, 24/7 medical facility, pharmacy, air conditioning, access to indoor and outdoor rec yards, legal and clergy support services, laundry. Our security element is over 200 security cameras throughout the facility, more than 28,000 feet of barbed wire, 400 plus security personnel to include 200 men and women, soldiers and airmen underneath Major General John Haas's command as the Adjutant General of Florida. And it's all surrounded, as you pointed out, Mr. President, by 10 miles of beautiful Florida Everglades. Contingencies, as with all state correctional facilities, we have a hurricane plan. We will not wait for a Cat 2. We will follow our normal evacuation procedures as we do for any other facility statewide in our great state of Florida. We have on-site fire and EMS resources so that we do not we don't burden the locals with any type of response. All in all, sir, this has been a perfect state logistics exercise for this hurricane season. Everything we did here in the last 8 days, God forbid, if we have a hurricane, we're going to do it again. This was a dress rehearsal for us, and we are ready, willing, and able to support you, sir, the governor, secretary, and everything that you need us to do. Just a week ago, it was a taxiway and a runway, and now is a fully functioning facility. We are happy to support you, Mr. President, Governor, Secretary.
Fantastic, Joe. Thank you. Byron, please.
There we go. First of all, Mr. President, we all have to thank you for your leadership and for the mandate that the American people gave you to finally secure our borders and to deport criminal illegal aliens and longstanding illegal aliens out of the United States. That is a mandate given to you by the American people. I know Secretary Noem, Stephen Miller, Governor DeSantis, myself, on behalf of the other members of Congress in the Senate, and of course here in Florida, we are behind you 100% in that mission. To the governor, I really appreciate you and commend you for your leadership on this, taking swift, decisive action to building this facility. One of the things that has occurred because of the work you did earlier this year with the legislature is that our sheriffs are out there every single day. They are arresting these criminal aliens in our streets, and they're seeing some backlog in their jails. So this facility primarily goes to address some of that backlog and then to help us fulfill the mission that the president has led us to. So, Governor, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your decisive action on this. It really does mean a lot to all the people of Florida, of course, the people of the 19th Congressional District. Secretary Noem, I mean, what can I say? The president's right. You're double tough. So we appreciate all your leadership. You and Tom Homan have been doing a great job. And I'm actually going back to D.C. after this because we have to vote on one big, beautiful bill in the House. We have to get that to the president's desk so we can get you the resources that you need to fulfill the mission that the American people have asked us to do. I totally agree with what Mr. Guthrie has said. This is a logistical marvel when something like this occurs. We've seen Florida Department of Emergency Management answer the bell time and time again. The governor has said we need to accomplish this, and DEM gets that job done. And we had a side conversation about, I know there were some concerns. People were like, well, what happens if a hurricane comes? What happens if this happens? And I looked at Kevin Guthrie and I said, you already have a plan, don't you? And he goes, of course we have a plan. You know that we do. This is what Florida does, Mr. President. And so I want to commend you for your leadership and your vision on this. Governor, thank you for all that you've done with your vision and determination. Secretary Noem, we're going to get the bill done so you get the resources you need. See you, sir.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Wow. Thank you. I'm waiting, listening to these wonderful words, and they are music to my ears, but I was also wondering how we're doing, because I know this is prime time. It shows that I care about you, because I'm here, and I probably should be there, but we do care. Thank you very much. James, please. We're all happy now, James.
Yeah. Well, I can speak on behalf of all of our sheriffs, state law enforcement, our police chiefs. We are going to continue to make arrests, our pedals to the metal, as many as we can. We want to fill this place up. The governor and Kevin have shown they can build bridges in 3 days, so why not some detention facilities? Hopefully there's more to come. And you really kind of were the inspiration for this. We like the idea of reopening the original Alcatraz. I don't know if that can happen or not, but we thought, hey, we've got our own natural Alcatraz in the middle of the Everglades. Right. Great runway, great perimeter, so let's make it happen. In Florida, we walk the walk, and we will deliver for all of you. Thank you.
Well, I heard you were responsible for the locational pick, and you cannot have picked a better location. I said, whoever the hell made this choice, I know you take it a little heat from some environmental groups, but I take it all the time, and that's an honor. But I heard you were very responsible for that choice, and that was a big choice. Thank you very much. Great job, James. Thank you. Do you want to finish over here, and then we'll go over here, and we'll go back and celebrate the big, beautiful bill that you just got passed. You sure that's right? Right, Brian? Yeah, all right. Wow, good. He's doing a good job.
Right.
Wow.
Mr. President, first of all, I just want to say how grateful we are that you're back here in your home state of Florida. You've been doing an amazing job, not only at our border, but around the world, keeping this country safe and Americans. We are grateful for your leadership. God had a plan for us, and it was Donald Trump. So thank you for that. As a member of the Immigration Board and as the Commissioner of Agriculture of this state, I've been happy to help lead with the governor and the rest of the cabinet on this issue. We're very proud Secretary Noem's here today and others to represent not only the United States in our efforts to make this commitment to keep our citizens safe, but we're going to continue in Florida to remove the barriers to have your vision come true of a safe United States. We're going to get these illegal criminals out of this state, and we really appreciate you and your leadership in this effort. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. You're doing a great job, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe Gruters, State Senator. I'm a member of your Homeland Security Advisory Council, your Vice Chairman. Thank you for that appointment. And thank you for coming back to Florida and everything that you do. Every single day you are delivering on the promises that you promised to us at all of the events you've done throughout the years, but specifically this last campaign. You deserve all the credit for everything, and you are surrounding yourself with incredible people like Secretary Noem, Stephen Miller, and just like your big, beautiful bill here in Florida, there was a lot of commotion about our immigration bill. And we had 3 B's in that: beds, badges, and bad guys. And this goes right along with our beds and the resources. And I give the governor, Ron DeSantis, a lot of credit for stepping up and making sure that we all work together, because at the end of the day, even if sometimes there are skirmishes, as a result of the back and forth, we ended up with a better bill, and we all win. And what we're doing here in Florida hopefully will happen all across the country. Your leadership is amazing. Keep up the great work, and just know that Florida loves President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate it for a long time. Appreciate it. By the way, Ochopee is something that we did together also, and that was a lot of money spent. I hope it was well spent. I know we did a Rolls-Royce job, but it's a lot of money that we spent out there together, and How is it going?
You can delegate that to us because we move faster than the Army Corps.
Good.
So we will finish that reservoir.
Good.
If you delegate it to us, I'll get it done and much quicker.
Oh, I would do that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, let me ask myself permission. Permission granted. Go ahead, get the thing, get it complete. You want to do
All
that?
right, we're gonna go talk to the Army Corps then after this.
Good. You can move faster, actually. Please.
No, sir, just first on behalf of the men and women of ICE, we just want to thank you for allowing us to do our job again. You know, your vision and under Secretary Noem's leadership, this is what the American people want. And I hope that you see great results of what we're doing out there every day, getting the worst of the worst out of our communities. Because of you and Secretary Noem, I have the privilege to lead one of the most premier and the finest law enforcement agencies that we do have in the United States. And the men and women of HSI and ERO Miami do incredible work like you highlighted. And with the governor in the state of Florida, the partnership in Florida has been amazing. The 287G program is only going to help us to identify all those known gotaways and get the worst of the worst out of the neighborhoods. And through our Homeland Security Task Force, we are going to make America safe again. So thank you very much to both you and the Secretary.
Thank you, Todd. Great job. Really great job you're doing. Thank you. Please.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you so much for coming. Again, as Garrett Ripp, I'm the Field Office Director for ICE Euro here for the Miami Field Office. Incredible collaborative work we've been doing together, working with the state, working with our local partners. And again, just the 287G is going to open up that aperture and allow us to get those bad hombres off the street and get them into this facility. And we're looking forward to it. And again, just appreciate all your support.
Thank you. Always thank you. You've always been so great. Thank you very much. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. On behalf of Air Marine Operations, my name is Andres Blanco. I'm the Executive Director for Southeast Region. AMO continues to execute and support your executive orders. Air Marine Operations brings a unique capability both in the air and the maritime domains. And in partnership with our Border Patrol, OFO officers, and ERO, we continue to conduct effective operations both interior, along the border, and along the maritime approaches.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Jose Figueroa. I am the Acting Special Agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations here in South Florida, and our office covers from Key West to Fort Pierce. Tremendous collaboration here with the state and our federal partners. HSI is conducting criminal investigations into TDA, MS-13s that are involved in human smuggling, sex trafficking of minors, and we will continue that effort with your support. Governor DeSantis, thank you very much for this facility. Looking forward to continue the great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve, would you like to say something? Our star.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say on a personal note, getting to watch what you've done over the last 5 months to deliver on a 50-year hope and dream of the American people to secure the border. When President Trump came into office on January 20th, the United States had endured the largest wave of illegal immigration in human history. Not just American history, human history. And within just a few days, President Trump, through his strength, leadership, diplomacy, and vision, achieved the most secure border anyone in the world has ever seen. When we recently went overseas to the NATO summit, I had senior staff in foreign governments come up to me and ask me how he achieved the Trump miracle on his border and could that be replicated in their countries. For individuals who don't work in this space, to have 0 successful illegal entries in an entire month should be an impossible achievement. There's a 2,000-mile border with one of the poorest countries in the world, and you have open travel from 150 countries into Central America and South America. There are 2 billion people in the world that would economically benefit from illegally coming to the United States. And through the deployment of the military, through the deployment of novel legal and diplomatic tools, through the building of physical infrastructure, through the empowering of ICE and Border Patrol and the entire federal law enforcement apparatus, President Trump achieved absolute border security. And now, once this legislation is passed, he will be able to make that with those resources permanent. Watching what you've done, sir, has been one of the honors of a lifetime. I'm proud to be able to play any role in it. And what President Trump is going to achieve next with the resources in this bill will make America safer, stronger, freer, more sovereign, and more prosperous than it has ever been before. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve. Oh. Thank you. And the bill is going to be great for Ron. It's going to be great for Florida too. There's a lot of set-asides for Florida. Some of the things that you wanted to do, and so it's great news to hear that it was approved. Do you want to take a few questions, Ron? We'll take a few questions from these. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the likelihood of the One Big Beautiful Bill passing, and we look forward to the success of this facility here, how many more facilities like this do you feel that the country needs in order to enact your agenda of mass deportations?
Well, I think we'd like to see them in many states, really, many states. This one, I know Ron's doing a second one, at least a second one, and probably a couple of more. And, you know, at some point they might morph into a system where you're going to keep it for a long time. You know, it's not that far away from jails that take years to build, and money is spent and wasted, and, you know, like the railway that they have in California that costs like 40 times more than it was supposed to cost. The same things happens with prisons. You look at this in a short period of time, Ron, James, and some of the people that really worked on it along with our people, they did this in less than a week. And you look at it, it's incredible. The incredible thing is picking the site, because the site was one of the most natural sites. It might be as good as the real Alcatraz site. You know, it could be. Well, that's a spooky one too, isn't it? Huh? That's a tough site. But so I really think it could last as long as they want to have it. I mean, you may morph this into, you know, your prison system, frankly, which I know you always need, unfortunately. I'd like to say, you know, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time, people that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them, people that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here, too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, you know, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York. And they're not accidents. They were done very much on purpose. People being pushed into a subway just before it arrives, going 40 miles an hour. And they're 10 feet away from where the thing is. You get pushed right into the face of the subway train, get whacked and killed. These are sick people. I'd like to get them out of here, too. Yeah, please, go ahead. White shirt, glasses.
Julio Rosas, Blaze Media, sir. A couple months ago, I ran into former DHS Secretary Mayorkas, and I asked him a couple questions about his disastrous handling of the border. He didn't like my questions. But the number one question that I heard from people in responding to my video was, why hasn't he been arrested yet? You know, obviously you guys are cleaning up the mess that was made deliberately for the past 4 years, and so people want accountability. It's great to see that the border is secured, and it's great to see the state level cooperation. But I guess I would ask you, why hasn't he been held accountable, or anybody really?
Well, you know, pardons were given out by to many people, and they shouldn't have been given out. Like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs was given a pardon because they destroyed all of the information from 2 years of hearings, and they should be arrested, but they were given pardons. Was he given a pardon, Mayorkas? Was he not?
I don't believe so.
Well,
sir.
I'd take a look at that one, because what he did is it's beyond incompetence. Something had to be done. Now, with that being said, he took orders from other people. And he was really doing the orders, and you could say he was very loyal to them, because it must have been very hard for him to stand up and sit up and, you know, talk about what he allowed to happen to this country and be serious about it. So he was given orders. If he wasn't given a pardon, I could see looking at that. In fact, why don't you take a look at it, Kristen? He was impeached, but yeah, it was just a fake impeachment. It was a fake impeachment. Why don't you take a look at it? I think he was so bad. They were all so bad. Look, it was the worst president in the history of our country. We've had some bad ones, but he was the worst president. But somebody told Mayorkas to do that, and he followed orders, but that doesn't necessarily hold him harmless. So take a look at it. It's a very good question, actually. Thank you. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you and the Secretary have both said that many people have self-deported since you came back into office.
Yeah.
How many is many, and has the rate gone up? How do you see the tempo of that moving forward going on?
We have had several 100,000, but also we have many that have self-deported, not even using the CBP Home app. When I have gone to these other countries to negotiate security agreements and information sharing on criminals, who's coming and going into their countries, they report that hundreds of thousands have come home that weren't on our radar, that they are coming home on their own and self-deporting because they want the chance to be able to go back to America someday. So we believe it's over 1 million, possibly more than that. I'm asking all of those countries for their information on what they have of individuals that may have returned home, that they have taking advantage of their programs to help them become a part of their civilization again too. So we know it's over 1 million, but we have to, I'm getting more information and that number will grow.
If they don't leave, they never get the chance to come back. If we have to take them out, and we will, they'll go out, but they never get a chance to come back. The other way, we actually make it a little bit easier for them to come back. Okay? Thank you. Good question. Thank you.
The bill is now passed in the Senate, but we are already hearing from some Republicans in the House who say they cannot get on board with the changes that were made to the bill in the Senate. What is your message to those holdouts?
Well, I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill just passed, and it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
And just to be clear, on the Medicaid cuts, you've promised not to cut Medicaid, said this is all just targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. Are you saying that the estimated 11.8 million people who could lose their health coverage, that is all waste, fraud, and abuse?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's going to be a very much smaller number than that, and that number will be waste, fraud, and abuse. And if you look, they took a much more liberal stance on the Medicaid situation than they could have. They had a tough stance and a weak stance. They took not a very strong stance on that to start off, and it's waste, fraud, and abuse, and everybody wants that covered.
What number is that? What analysis are you seeing?
I'm not seeing a number, but I know it's much less than the number you gave, and we really were very, very cognizant of three things. Social Security, we're going to take care of it beautifully. Medicare and Medicaid, and we are going to save it, whereas the Democrats are going to, you won't have it. They will destroy Medicare and Medicaid, and they have to because their numbers don't work. So it's not going to happen. They're the ones that have destroyed Medicare. They have made it so bad already, they're going to make it a lot worse. But now we'll be in charge, so we're going to have no problem with Medicaid or Medicare or Social Security. Thank you. Yeah.
Claire Gall with Wink News in Fort Myers. What is your direction to ICE when it comes to arresting farm workers here illegally, other workers in industries that are pretty critical to Florida's economy?
Yeah. Well, we're very much cognizant of that. And as you know, I won the farmers by 92%, and I'm not going to be abandoning my farmers. We were strong on the borders, but we're also strong for the farmers and for others in the hotel industry, et cetera. You know, we have similar situations. And Christy and I, and we'll be working with Ron and a lot of the states. We're going to work something where the farmers can be responsible for some of the people they have people run for 10, 15 years that they know very well. We're going to put them responsible and we're going to issue a form of a card or document, and the farmer's going to be responsible for these people. They're not going to have citizenship, but they'll be working, they'll be paying taxes. We need to get our farmers the people they need, otherwise our farmers aren't going to be able to do their land. You know, it was tried once before, many, many years ago, where there was a very strong guy, and he got everybody out, and every farm almost in the country, but every farm in California, every farm in Iowa, almost all the farms went bankrupt. They had nobody to work, and we don't want to have that situation. So we're going to work it. We're going to put our farmers and others in charge of the people that they have under them. They know the people, and I think it's going to work out really well. We're going to take care of our farmer, but we're going to get the criminals out. Okay? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, how do you respond to critics who fear that a 3,000-bed detention center and the waste that could produce will pollute the surrounding federal protected land, including land that both administrations have invested billions of dollars in restoring?
Well, I was one of those that invested billions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars right here in the Meadowlands. But Everglades, and the Meadowlands too in New York. If you look at what we did up there, speaking of the Meadowlands, a lot of places like this, but this is a very unique one. One thing I'll say about this land, we'll be gone 1,000,000 years and this land is still going to be here. It's not going to be much different. You'll have the water moccasins, you'll have the alligators. You may not have people, but you're going to have all those animals. They're going to be around, and you got plenty of them out here. I think it was a brilliant choice, and I think almost anybody in his or her right mind would say this was a brilliant choice. I give the governor a lot of credit for using this piece of land. And in addition to that, it's on top of something that was already developed. It's an airport. You know, you have the runways, you have so it's already been developed. So it's not like you're dropping dirt right into the thing. There was zero movement of that. That was done many years ago because the airport's very old, but it was an abandoned railroad, an abandoned airport. And frankly, it's like perfect. And you can do expansion on this site substantially without doing anything. So the people, I heard them complaining about the Everglades. There's no, I don't think you've done anything to the Everglades. I think you're just enhancing it. This was already here. How long has the airport been here?
Decades.
Many decades, yeah.
And they have, Kevin, all these guys, you know, have a waste plan, like the wastewater gets trucked out, potable water gets, literally, they have, even our DOT has put things up in case there's any seepage, which we don't. So you are literally doing this on concrete that's already here. So I don't think those are valid and even good faith criticisms, because it's not going to impact the Everglades at all. President's been a champion, we've been a champion, really changed the game in Florida on it. I think it's just people don't want to see illegal immigrants deported, and that's their ideology, and they have a right to that. But illegal immigration's unpopular, so they know that they're going to have less effect. So they're going to try, oh, well, no, it's just about the Everglades. But really, I think a lot of those people, they just don't want to see illegals deported. Because if you actually hear, everyone's here, you obviously know there's zero land that's being disturbed.
Well, you know, when we talk about popularity, though, I will say I ran on the issue of illegals, and we have to get them out. And I won 82% on that issue. So I think that they may not like certain aspects of it, but ultimately they do not want them in their country. And if this is a part of a use, but I think from an environmental standpoint, it's incredible. In fact, when we landed that very big, heavy plane today, they came out and checked it fairly. I think they want the president to be able to land on a piece of concrete that's not going to go 6 feet underground. And they checked it. They came back and they said, this thing is really solid. So it's been there a long time. It's going to be here a long time, and it was a great choice of a site. Thank you. Yes, please. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. The people of Syria were recently seen on the streets waving American flags, chanting Trump, Trump, Trump. They're so appreciative of the economic sanctions that was lifted on that country, giving them a little bit of hope for prosperity. You want to comment on that?
Well, they're great people, and the man that is leading them has a reputation. You know, he's the head of some pretty tough organizations, and a lot of people criticized me for that. I said, well, what are we going to do, take him out of a day school, a country day school? It's going to be, by nature, I would think, Ron, they'll be pretty tough, and he is pretty tough, but I met him, spent a lot of time with him, good guy. I took off the sanctions because if I didn't do that, they wouldn't have had a chance. And Syria has a chance. You know, the people are great. They work hard. They're very smart. It used to be a place of professionals, accountants and lawyers and doctors and high academic credentials in that part of the world. And I think it's going to work out great. I took off the sanctions, and they were very appreciative. They were shocked, but they were very appreciative. We're giving them a chance at survival. With the sanctions, it couldn't have worked. Thank you.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City. Your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zoran Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mandami.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
because that's
no.
what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live
Right.
here. If they moved to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially. We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. We're going to look at everything, and ideally. He's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. I've always said, we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism. And you got a lot of them like that. And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city, but you would think that a Republican would be able to win. Or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly hurt over this question. He made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in, and like he was indicted the following day. And I said, that was a phony indictment, and it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group. That was a very dangerous group, I will tell you. These were not nice people. That was the only thing they could do. They had no policy. They had no skill. They had no anything. But they were very good at that. They were vicious, vicious, horrible people. Thank you very much. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Anna Giratelli with Washington Examiner. Governor DeSantis has proposed using National Guard, deputizing them as immigration judges to get through this massive backlog of people in the immigration court. Would you be open to that?
Yes, he has my approval. Okay. That wasn't too hard to get, was it, front? He didn't even have to ask me, James. You didn't even need James to ask me. He has my approval, okay? Good. I also like what he's doing in Ochopee. He has my approval for that. I don't know how we work that out, but we'll work it out.
We'll follow up.
Go ahead. Please.
President Trump, Jake Stofan with Action News Jax from up in Jacksonville. There's some talk about a facility similar to this up in Camp Blanding. Has that been approved by DHS? If not, what's the timeline? When could we see ground break on that?
Well, I'll ask Ron or James to talk about it. Do you want to mention it, James?
The overarching plan, I think the secretary has said she supports the whole plan, so you guys are going to keep going. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, just specifically, the response for proposals is out for that today. It closes, I can't even remember what day of the week it is, but it closes on Wednesday at 5 o'clock. Then we will do notice to proceed. So I would say right after our wonderful Independence Day, we will be starting construction there at that facility.
You're going to have another big runway there, too.
That's great. Wow. Boy, I love these runways. It's very convenient, I must say. Having a runway is a nice thing. Today, you don't get runways approved, I will tell you. It's tough to get a runway. Although in the age of Trump, you get them approved fast. We're approving massive electrical bins, what they call them bins, but big electrical facilities for all of the factories and the AI that's coming in. They're going to build their own electric. They're going to be really, they're going to be made into electrical providers. They're going to have a lot left over. They'll put it into the grid. I think, they're going to end up doing so much. They'll put it into the grid. Won't even cost anything from their standpoint. So we have a lot of that happening. We get approvals fast. But I was just saying, runways are hard to get, but we'll get them now. But in the past, I would say over the past 30, 40 years, when you can get a runway, that was considered gold. Okay, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Sure. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
President Trump, Laverne McGee, News 6, Orlando. You have fulfilled several campaign promises, along with the help of Governor Ron DeSantis. What is the next campaign promise that you plan to fulfill to the American people?
So, we have turned this country around in less than 6 months. And when I was away, and I was telling Ron, I was telling some others, I've said it a little publicly, I guess, but I met a lot of very important people. The King of Saudi Arabia, I was there 2 weeks ago, and Qatar, the leader of Qatar, who's great, and the leader of UAE, who's great. These are very substantial people, very smart people, and good people. And all three of them said essentially the same thing, along with many other people, because I just left NATO. We took it up to 5%. Nobody can believe that one run. That would be hard, but nobody believes that what happened in NATO, over $1 trillion a year from like nothing. It was an honor. But every leader said that a year ago, this country was dead. They had no confidence in the United. They really felt it was a dead country, and it was some bad things were going to happen. But they used the term, it was a dead country, and now they said you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. And we turned it around fast. I thought it would take longer than this. We turned it around fast. Some of it was psychology, and we had to know how good we were. But others was getting rid of rules, regulations, and all of the things that I got rid of already. I signed more executive orders than anybody in history, times like 3 or 4. And I got rid of just one. I got rid of the other night. You buy a house, they have a faucet in the house, Joe, and the faucet, the water doesn't come out. They have a restrictor. You can't, in areas where you have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. You have a shower head, the shower doesn't, you think it's not working. It is working. The water's dripping out. And that's no good for me. I like this hair nice and, I like that hair nice and wet. You have to stand in the shower for 20 minutes before you get the soap out of your hair. And I put a thing in, and it sounds funny, but it's really not. It's horrible. And when you wash your hands, you turn on the faucet, no water comes out. You're washing, the water barely comes out. This was done by crazy people. And I wrote it all off and got it approved in Congress so that they can't just change it, because I did it in my first term. Everyone was so happy. And then one of the first things that Biden did when he came back is he put the restriction on showers, toilets, and sinks. Put this restriction, and washing machines. Washing machine, they give you like a quarter of this bottle to do your clothing. And people needed 10 of these bottles. And the people came to me from Whirlpool, and they said, we can't make a machine that's competitive. We can't make a machine anymore. It doesn't work. Why? They don't let us use water. Do you have any problems with water? No, we have so much we don't know what to do with it. You know, it comes down from heaven, right? And I approved all of that, the washing machines, the whole thing. The dishwashers, that was the other one. They give you like this much water right up to there to do your dishes. So people, you know what they do? They keep pressing the button. So they end up doing the dishes 10 times. They end up using more water than you would have used if you did it right in the first place. So all of that stuff has been written off. It sounds crazy. It's little things. The straw, I let you go back to a plastic straw. I was tired of having straws melt in my mouth, you know? It wasn't working. The paper wasn't working too well. So these are little things that I did. Then we have the big things. We have the biggest things, and that has to do with some of the subjects we're talking now. I think the things we're talking about now are the biggest, because if you don't have borders in this country, borders and good elections, and we're working on that next. There's some bills coming in that's going to make sure that you're a citizen, that people aren't counted in the voting when, you know, they were here and they're here as illegals and they're criminals in many cases, and they give them a count. And you end up with extra congressmen. We're going to work on that. We're going to straighten that out next. That's going to be easy compared to what we were doing. But we did the big things, too. But little things like that, a straw, little things like a washing machine with no water. People go out, they spend all their money on a washing machine. The damn thing doesn't work. You can't use the water. Then you go to your sink, and that doesn't work either. You're stuck. You know what you do? You have dirty plates the next day. That's it. And we solved so many common sense problems. And they weren't easy, you know. There are people that really believe in this stuff. But, you know, most states have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. And look at North Carolina. I mean, they had a lot of water. And they have to get restrictors on their, you know, on their kitchen faucets. So we're very proud of the things we did, and we're going to do a lot more of them. Yeah, please, go ahead. You guys in good shape.
Hey, it's Eric Bowling. How you doing, sir? Something we've talked about for, I'd say, better part of 20 years. I think it's something near and dear to your heart, energy, our energy security. Under Joe Biden, average price of oil for the 4 years was about $79 a barrel. He drained the SPR halfway down, promised to replenish it, never did.
Right.
Under you, first term, $53 average price for 4 years. Biden was $78 for 8 years. It was never refilled. The question is now it's $64 or so.
Yeah. Coming down rapidly.
Coming down, and what a great opportunity to fix another one of Joe Biden's problems, one of the things he broke in America, giving us the energy security of an emergency SPR,
Sure.
fill it to, maybe even go beyond and fill it to 1 billion barrels this time at a much cheaper price. Thoughts on the energy sector?
So it holds 77 million barrels, and we had it up to the top, if you remember. And I was proud of that, and I made a deal to buy it at the lowest price of oil. It was a good deal, good instinct. And we filled it up, and when he came in, he started using it to keep oil prices down because he blew our energy policy out. Energy and his bad spending is what caused inflation. So now we have no inflation. Gasoline just hit $1.99 today in 5 states. $1.99, isn't that a nice sound? It was up to $4, and going up to $5, $6, and $7. In California, it was $7.70. But we just hit in five states $1.99, $1.98. And it's coming down to that level, so that'll be a big thing. And one of the reasons the prices and costs are going down when you go to the supermarket, because I said I was going to get costs down. We're getting the costs down. Food is coming down. When I came out, my first week, if you remember, I had a lunatic reporter screaming at me saying, eggs are going through the roof. What are you going to do about eggs? I said, I just got here. I didn't know anything about eggs. I had to call you. I said, look, I just got here. Tell me the problem. Well, they doubled in price, and they're going to be 5 or 6 times higher. They were right, actually. I said, let me work on it. And now we have eggs down to the same numbers it was when I first came in. You know, we lowered the cost of groceries. A simple word like that, groceries, it was like almost a strange word. I hadn't heard the word in so long. But what could be more beautiful than the word grocery? And we have the prices way down. We have the energy way down. Energy brought the groceries down, if you want to know the truth. And, you know, so we think we're going to get it lower, and we're going to fill up the it's called the Strategic National Reserves. I had it topped out, and this guy would use them every time before the election. He'd use them whenever they had an election. It was artificial. But believe it or not, as big as that are hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, all filled up at low prices. But it was really meant for wars, and it wasn't meant for keeping your prices down during a holiday so that somebody could get elected. But they used it, and they didn't bring it. The only mistake you made, they didn't bring it a little down. They brought it right down to the bottom. The thing is practically empty. They never filled it up. They never spent 10 cents in filling it up. And we'll do that. When the market is right, we'll fill it up. I want to fill it up when the market's right. Thank you. How about one more question? Okay, please, in the back.
Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News Channel. Mr. President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here, days, weeks, months? And does that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained and staffed here?
When you say, what was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here, days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at Alligator Alcatraz.
I'm going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. You know, my vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida, pay a lot of tax. And a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people moved to Florida from New York, and it was for a lot of reasons, but one of them was taxes. The taxes are so high in New York, they're leaving. I don't know what New York's going to do about that, because some of the biggest, wealthiest people and some of the people that pay the most taxes of any people anywhere in the world, for that matter, they're moving to Florida and other places. So we're going to have to help some of these states out, I think. But thank you very much. I'll be here as much as I can. Very nice question. With that, I'd like to just end by saying I want to thank Ron and James and all of the people that have done such a great job, all of your staff. Really fantastic work. And it really started with site selection. You can do a great job, but if you have the wrong site in real estate, you have the wrong site, you're dead. And this was a great site selection, despite what you may read in the environmental press. Good job. And this was an honor for Christy and myself and Steve and all of our people to be here. And I also appreciate the media. They've treated us very fairly. Over the last few weeks, I've been treated very nicely. And it's so unusual. I'm not used to it, but we've gotten great accolades. Brian, I want to thank you for calling out because I was waiting here because I knew the vote was taking place and I'm answering questions, right? So I want to thank you very much and say hello to our friend. And I will see a lot of you. Thank you very much. We're going to make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Okay, approaching the top of the hour, seeing President Trump at the great spot there, the Alligator Alcatraz in the Everglades. So we heard a lot from President Trump there. It was pretty insightful.
Yeah, very in-depth, and again, another masterclass in press conferences and access to this president. It's wonderful. You have a lot of Florida media there, but also many who traveled on Air Force One with the president to ask him several questions there with Governor Ron DeSantis, Secretary Kristi Noem, and Congressman Byron Donalds, who likely to be the future governor of Florida and succeed Governor Ron DeSantis, but he has to go back and vote on that big, beautiful bill, which just passed the Senate, 51-50, so the tie-breaking vote coming from Vice President J.D. Vance.
Exactly. This is after 25 hours of debate, so here we go. Now to the U.S. House of Representatives, and then we'll see. Will it be at President Trump's desk before the goal of what President Trump wanted prior to July 4th? We'll see. We'll monitor it here as we get ready to see President Trump go toward Air Force One. We'll watch him take off right here with you here on the network as we will monitor the big, beautiful bill over there in the House. And then we'll obviously see President Trump on his way back to Washington, D.C. Then he'll be on Air Force One in about 48 hours from now, going to Iowa. He'll be on the way to Iowa, too, for that huge speech in Iowa for Thursday night.
Looking forward to hearing from President Trump and celebrating really the kickoff of this Jubilee year for the United States as we enter number 249 into the 250th birthday of this great country. And this big, beautiful bill will be really a testament to what this nation can do as a team with public and private entities endorsing what's happened here. Now, it goes back to the House because the Senate had some amendments and took out some parts of this bill. So, for example, even Senator Marsha Blackburn of the great state of Tennessee, the volunteer state, taking out the AI provision in there. She has been discussing this on a regular basis, along with many, even on the Republican side, about wanting to move forward with AI regulations coming from their state specifically. So we see a lot of federalism involved in this. Of course, President Trump, the federalism president, and worried about states' rights in all of this, especially with things like education and getting those entities that do better locally to actually oversee these things. So we'll see what the House does with this, but President Trump saying the House will probably actually have even more support now, that ultimately it will come to his desk, to the Resolute desk for his signature.
And some very interesting questions from Blaze Media as well, asking about Mayorkas and a possible arrest or anybody being arrested from doing any breaking the law at all. President Trump saying to DHS Secretary, maybe we should look into that. That's a great question, the president said, or he said it was a good question. I thought so too, as we are looking at live right now at the airport, which is right there alongside this new facility. So the president will be headed over there. We'll go to that live as soon as we see it. We'll watch him take off too, because it's always fun to do that. So moving forward, we look like we have on Thursday, again, the speech coming up on Thursday from President Trump in Iowa. And then, of course, on Monday, the Israeli Prime Minister will be heading to Washington, D.C. So a lot of coverage coming up as we continue to stay live here on the network, as it's now 1:01 Eastern, Tuesday, July 1st. Good old Robert McNeely and good old Matthew Alvarez here live with you right now on Right Side. So glad you're with us. So glad you're streaming in. And, it was pretty cool to see President Trump earlier, touring the facility and then just getting that kind of inside baseball of just, he's answering questions, moving along there. And there was something that he posted on Truth Social, I believe. It was truth and transparency, this White House. Isn't that the case?
Well, you see it so much, and step by step there we see him answering questions from the media, from the press, actually inviting Governor Newsom of California to come visit the facility, and Governor DeSantis saying, he's welcome any time to see how this can work, because we're seeing it in real time. It's air conditioned as well. So if any one of you having those questions, being in a swamp, being in the middle of summer in the sunshine state of Florida, rather warm, this will be a very humane, very clean facility that these people won't have a long time to stay at. Again, they will actually be having quicker and speedy judgments compared to those J6 prisoners in the last administration who did not have their Sixth Amendment rights granted to them in solitary confinement for 2, 3, or close to 4 years in some cases. And regardless how you feel about where someone was in that situation, they were charged with something, they should receive a speedy trial per our Constitution. That's across the board, whatever the violation is. If you're being held in contempt, if you are being held in a prison, you need to have that speedy right to trial as guaranteed to you by our founding documents.
Exactly. So we're told that there's anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 beds there to house that illegal aliens, but also to process and then deport. So it's that airport that'll take people to where they go and belong. Again, 3 minutes after 1 o'clock, just checking right now on X and Truth Social. The big news right now, of course, is that U.S. Senate vote, 51 to 50, Vice President J.D. Vance, the tie-breaking vote. Now the big, beautiful bill goes to the U.S. House of Representatives, something to definitely monitor tomorrow as well.
Oh, absolutely. To see if this actually gets across the finish line by the 4th of July, as President Trump had requested. Now going back to May 22nd, that's when the initial reconciliation package of CR7 passed the House, and that was the one big, beautiful bill by a 215 to 214 threshold. So, the narrowest of majorities to pass then onto the Senate. Now with all of what's changed there, and another narrow majority, 51 to 50, now back to the House for final passage and this bill to be on the desk. But President Trump and Governor DeSantis speaking off of Air Force One, the fact that there might be even more bills, President Trump touching on that in the Roundtable forthcoming when it comes to population, because our current census actually counts who is here. So you have it skewed slightly with House districts counting the fact that even these illegal aliens who can't vote are counted amongst the population in the United States. So we might have a bill coming then signed by the president to redo the census and then have a more accurate count of who is where they're saying they are. And then in turn that can affect, as the governor put it, around 8 to 10 different House seats. And look at the majority right now. You have 220 for the Republicans, 212 for the Democrats. 3 are vacant due to the untimely deaths of 3 Democrat members. And those elections will be later on this year. So you have the narrowest of majorities splitting up the House and the Senate. And we know that if the Democrats get power again, they've pledged to impeach the president. We don't know over what, but they seem to make it up as they go along.
As T.S. Dixon said the other day, if President Trump sneezed, he would get an impeachment.
Right.
So what we're seeing in the future too, President Trump saying that there will be some bills and some legislation in regards to keeping our elections safe. Securing our elections. That's part of that 20 core promises that we've seen by President Trump, by the RNC, and something that we're following here to the T, because those promises are really solid for our country, aren't they?
Well, they really are, and we've seen so much of these results in the last nearly 6 months, and thank God President Trump is in office through January of 2029.
Exactly. So we have a lot of time yet, but some say, well, it's still crunch time now, even though, hey, things are good. It's July 4th's coming up. We have a cool speech coming up on Thursday. It's going to be great to see that. And then the big, beautiful bill passing and President Trump's agenda happening. The thing we want to see, of course, is always to defend our Constitution and the weaponization of government, and take care of business from the justice side of things, outside of all of these different wins that we're seeing with President Trump in office. I mean, it's great to see it. Some very poignant words to the New York City race there when it comes to Zohran Mamdani. We'll see what happens, but even to the fact that President Trump said a possible arrest. He said it earlier, if they would house illegal immigrants and then not let ICE do the job that they need to do in the Big Apple.
And arguably you have people doing that right now. Governor Jelly Belly Pritzker of Illinois and Governor Gavin Newsom of California clearly harboring illegal aliens and breaking federal law and getting in the way of law enforcement. Then you had, as you mentioned, Matthew, earlier in the broadcast, this application to identify where ICE officers are and trail them, then in turn violating federal law. But this is a big component of all this as well, with Secretary Kristi Noem stating that you can leave here. The self-deportation has been a huge success and is not spoken enough about, because although these dangerous criminals have been round up, there's a lot of people simply who broke the law initially coming here illegally who are self-deporting. They are getting a stipend in order to do so, around the $1,000 mark or slightly more, and then they can come back legally and do it the correct way. So I don't think that's celebrated enough in the media, because we want legal immigration here in this great country of ours. We are a nation of immigrants, as President Clinton put it back during the 1995 State of the Union, saying we're also a nation of laws. For some reason, his party endorsed that roughly 30 years ago, but it's no longer the case now.
Speaking of media, Robert, can you believe that we're on the right side of history and conservative media being able to speak so freely as we are right now, and many people across the country agreeing with what we're saying? That doesn't usually happen in media.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing, and everything's changing for the better with the new media and the access to this White House, and the fact that Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and her team in press and communications offices with Stephen Chung as well, the fact that they have that new media seat is just outstanding. So with the 24/7 news cycle, although it seems like you're bombarded with so much information, you can really dive in and find things now that in the past you were not able to, because you were solely relied on cable and the legacy media outlets in the world and throughout our country. But now with podcasts, with all these other outlets, including ours, you get to see a lot of things in real time, including an entire roundtable, an entire tour by the president with Governor DeSantis.
Exactly. And then 48 hours from now, to hear directly from the citizens of this country, once again here on Right Side, as it's going to be Rally Day in America. Still, it's the America 250 kickoff by President Trump there in Iowa. But when Robert, of course, is out there, and Christina Loren, you guys will be talking to all these great people, and you'll hear directly from them. What do they think about what's going on? What do they think needs to be changed? Anything else that they would want? Because this is a government of, by, and for the people, and we're hoping to keep it that way.
Absolutely, and I'm very interested to see what they think about the One Big Beautiful Bill and everything that's happened over the course of the last few months. So we look forward to speaking to great folks in Iowa, and I know my fellow Midwesterners like to travel, so I'm sure we'll see some Chicago folks there, along with Minnesotans, and maybe even some Nebraskans, not too far from the site where it's the Iowa State Fairgrounds, just outside of the capital of Des Moines, Iowa.
So we'll be live there. Looking forward to that coverage starting at 2 o'clock Eastern on Thursday. But until then, it's only 1:09 or 1:10 now here on Tuesday, July 1st. Happy July to everybody watching right now. Of course, Robert will be with Christina Loren there live, and it'll be great to hear from We the People and from President Trump on Thursday. And then we'll get into Friday, of course, July 4th. Most likely no coverage that day. We'll see what happens, as it's the Independence Day, but we'll see over the weekend. As we're monitoring the big, beautiful bill, the latest from that when it comes to the U.S. House of Representatives. And also, I was going to get into next week's coverage, but why don't we just stay into this week? We still want to enjoy July 4th coming up. So,
and really a big June for President Trump. He was highlighting some of those successes dating back to the Gulf trip, to the G7, an additional trade agreement with UK's Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, They have a really great relationship, although he is very far left. He's a globalist, but President Trump and him working to do very well for both of our nations when it comes to trade and reciprocal trade as well, leading up to the Iranian strike and the 12-day war coming to an end thanks to President Trump and that ceasefire, all the way to NATO and bringing those countries together for 5% of their GDP, with the exception of Spain. And as he promised last week, Spain will make up for that in potential trade agreements. Not sure why that they would back out compared to the rest of the member nations, but even the NATO Secretary General and former Dutch Prime Minister speaking glowingly of President Trump and saying, "Daddy's home." And we saw the communications team roll with that one. It's been an amazing 30 or so days for this White House.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He said the NATO daddy, of
NATO
course.
daddy.
And then on DonaldJTrump.com, you can get the daddy T-shirt. You know you want one. You said you ordered one already.
I love it. I'm looking forward to wearing it around. And I was trying to find today as that classic golf hat that he has of the Gulf of America, and it said yet another Trump development. Did you catch that, Matthew? Right under the Gulf of America.
Your eyesight may be better than mine, because I was actually looking. I said, does it say "Make America Great Again" under that one? And it said.
I was trying to find what it said. It said yet another Trump.
So you read it from the screen, or you looked online?
Right on there. Yeah,
That's awesome, because when you go to DonaldJTrump.com, as I have, and I know you have too, when you go to shop now, you can see Gulf of America hats and all that, but not the one that the president was wearing today. Maybe it will be now that we're talking about it.
It's a pretty cool hat, and great to see. He's a master marketer, as well as putting up the billboards, and really the first person to put the Trump name on a building. And at the time, the beginning of his career, many people criticized him for doing so, but look how the trend has caught on. So he's used that now in politics as well, and really an amazing thing to watch, the masterclass put on by none other than the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief.
And 46th, kind of. You know what I mean.
Right.
But also, so what we're doing right now is obviously we're waiting for a live feed of the president boarding Air Force One. Once we get that, we'll go to it live and then watch the president take off, as we will most likely end our coverage after Air Force One takes off. And if there's any breaking news outside of today's story that we covered here live, of course, we can bring that to you, whether it's on the channel or on Truth Social or X or Facebook or wherever we are live, of course, on Rumble as well. So thanks for watching and streaming in, as it's 1:13 Tuesday, July 1st. Again, the Senate passes the President Trump's big, beautiful bill, 51-50 after that tiebreaker. Can you explain that to us a little bit, the 51-50 situation? Because we know that Vice President Vance broke the tiebreaker, but there were still some GOP people that didn't vote for the bill. So how does the 50-51? We know there are 100 senators in total. Mm-hmm. So how do you break that down?
Yeah, so that's when the vice president will come in whenever there is an exact tie of 50-50. There is the tie break that is within the sole authority of the president of the Senate. That happens to be the vice president of the United States, J.D. Vance. And he's done that on several occasions now, just a handful, where he will come in and vote for either to move something forward, or in this case, to move it out of the entire Senate and now back to the House. Now, there's different provisions given by Senator Marsha Blackburn, as I mentioned, with removing the AI addendum within the bill. But as President Trump said, there's something for everyone in this bill and something for everyone to get behind. So we look forward to how the House reacts to this, and he's actually anticipating, the president, that this will now have more House support than it did in the prior attempt at it, when it passed 215 and 214, with Thomas Massie really being the only Republican holdout of Kentucky. And as he mentioned on Truth Social, the person, whoever it is, gets the endorsement against Massie is up already 25 points. So I'm expecting that someone will likely announce and actually have a strong campaign against Congressman Massie in Kentucky. And it's, I guess, to be expected at this point, because this is someone, as House Speaker Mike Johnson said, he's a good friend of his, but he's voting with Democrats almost exclusively now. So you start to wonder, does he even want the Republican agenda to pass in Congress?
Exactly. And within that framework, of course, still cutting spending, balancing the budget, very important agendas to be taken care of for our country. Now, within the big, beautiful bill, we're looking at a number of things. Everything from a 13% decrease in taxes for everyone making anywhere from $30,000 to $80,000 a year, an aviation overhaul, the immigration situation when it comes to bolstering the border, right, in sense of finishing the wall down there on the border, and also increasing manpower there. So many other things within the big, beautiful bill. So this is all part of those campaign promises.
I mean, really, the two probably biggest things in this apparatus, the strongly securing the border, finishing that off with more funding for the wall, more funding for Border Patrol agents, but also the $1.7 trillion reduction in discretionary spending. That's huge. Also preventing a 68% spike in taxes for everyone across the board, because this will make permanent the Trump tax cuts of 2017. And then every average family of four, so say husband and wife and 2 children at home, they're going to be keeping around $10,800 more of the money they're taking home already. So instead of that going into taxes, it's more take-home pay. And it makes sense for all of you working so hard out there to provide for your families in this golden era. Now, there's issues still with the parliamentarian, how they acted when it came to Second Amendment rights and other issues with this bill. We'll see how the House does address this ultimately. And if that does get solved in some other statutory format, because as President Trump mentioned, to Greg Stubbe's point, the congressman from Sarasota, Florida, why can we have someone come into the U.S. Senate and it's an unelected bureaucrat and just take something out of the bill and score it a certain way and then present it for senators in that format? So we'll see how that all develops in the coming weeks and months here, and how the Senate and the House might change up with Senator Tillis of North Carolina announcing his retirement. Because he sees it one way, but as we know, he's been somewhat of a swamp creature and really takes the interests of the uniparty over we the people.
Exactly. Nobody likes the swamp creatures, right? You got to drain the swamp, and that's still something that we all want to see continue to happen in various parts of government, and we don't want any of the swampy stuff going on because it's all against our country. It's against we the people. That's not what we voted for in President Trump, of course. So 3 straight wins there pretty much by the president when it comes to elections. And speaking of elections, again, to the point I was making earlier, securing our elections is one of the most important things to do, because if you don't have fair elections, how are you going to have the country that we are looking to have, the majority of this nation? Secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. That's number 19 out of 20 on the 20 core promises. So these are all those promises that we heard on the campaign trail. I'm looking forward to seeing what President Trump says on Thursday when you're there in Iowa.
Yes, absolutely. And this is something we've seen internationally now, too, with even the South Korean elections. And hopefully we'll have an expert on here for you soon to break all that down. But even China's influence in the region there, that might have happened recently. So an international story to keep watching. But it's something that's important here, just to know that the voters in this country are American citizens and that they're clean and fair elections. And we've seen over the course of the last few years, especially since COVID, how on both sides of the aisle being upset or concerned when it's very close, when you don't have verification happening from specific clerks. And it's something I even saw up in Anchorage, Alaska, with their pattern of voting and the way they do things now with the tallying of votes. And it's with not just a straight yes or no or one candidate or the other, but rather that ranked choice. You might have heard of this. This is in some parts of New Jersey. Also, we've seen it in Alaska. Hopefully it doesn't grow throughout the country, but causes a lot of confusion and longer times to find out who actually won the election.
That's exactly how the race is for New York City.
Right.
Also, speaking of elections, I mean, Poland, that recent election, that runoff election, where 21 million people voted, and within 8 hours, the election was settled, and that great leader of Poland is a conservative candidate that won. So great to see that. So we want to see that kind of thing here, where it's free, fair elections moving forward, not having to have a slogan like President Trump had of too big to rig. We don't want to have any more rigging going on. So President Trump talking about the 2020 election being rigged just a few minutes ago there in Florida, as we're looking live there in Washington, D.C. right now. And we may get a feed of President Trump departing Florida from Air Force One. If we get it, we'll go to it. If not, we're looking at the Senate passes the big, beautiful bill, the one big, beautiful bill, 51 to 50. So We might be getting that departure from President Trump, though, in Florida any minute from now.
And Byron Donalds, I'm not sure if he's going back on Air Force One with the president, but he has to get back to Washington, as he mentioned during the roundtable, to end up voting on this House package of the one big, beautiful bill and great tax relief and financial relief for Americans. It's a highlight of this bill, and we look forward to seeing what the House does next, and then that going to President Trump's desk.
Exactly. So that may be on schedule to what President Trump requested and wanted before the July 4th holiday. So obviously we're 48 hours away from July 3rd with that great speech that'll happen in Iowa. Hopefully you'll watch right here on Right Side. Our coverage will start at 2 o'clock Eastern. What is that like, Robert? I know what it is like for me specifically, but what is it like for you when we're at 2 o'clock live? President Trump's not speaking till that night, but to be able to bring that commentary, but also to interview the people out there and just interact with all of our fellow brothers and sisters, if you want to call it that.
Well, it's wonderful to interact with the American people, and reminds me of the campaign trail last year as we were going really coast to coast to see how you feel about it and to give you access to what a Trump rally is like. And what I was always amazed by is the jovial nature of it. It could be very hot, it could be very cold, and everyone's smiling, standing in line, enjoying the process to see the President of the United States, and then to see really history in the front row in real time, because none of us were around the last time it happened when Grover Cleveland successfully returned to the presidency, serving non-consecutive terms as the 22nd and 24th president, respectively. And then President Trump does this. It's the comeback of comebacks, and he's done it against crazy amount of lawfare, fake impeachments, assassination attempts, and he spoke to it in the detention center in the Alligator Alcatraz, as they're calling it. He said, Biden wanted me here, but it didn't work out so well for him. And it's crazy to think about that could have happened with all the lawfare from the last administration.
Exactly, and that's the thing. The lawfare from the last administration, the political opponents that actually broke a law. That's the thing that I think we, the people, are saying, well, the bad guys are still out there. They just, are they going to get the consequences of what they have done? We'll see. We'll have to monitor that here at the network. Let's fast forward to 2028. That would be the last year of President Trump's presidency. Of course, 2029, we'd have a new president. But in 2028, that July, that would be July 4th, that would be the 252nd year or birthday for our country. Mm-hmm. I hope to see President Trump outside of Rapid City, South Dakota, at the monument there, the monument where hopefully his face would go, Mount Rushmore. That would be kind of quite the event that would be cool to see, that if they start etching his face now, maybe by then it would be done, no?
Well, I guess we'll have to ask the former governor, Kristi Noem. Larry Rhodes there now doing a great job in South Dakota. And President Trump was there with then Governor Noem back in 2019 for a great 4th of July celebration, if you remember all of that awesome coverage. And it was great to see Governor DeSantis and Secretary Noem together because they served in Congress together. She was there from 2011 to 2019, and he was there from 2013 to 2018 before becoming governor of Florida. So amazing things to see with colleagues that have worked together in the same body at different times, then coming together to work with the federal government and state government to make this all happen. And I love that it will not have environmental impact like some have claimed. And that runway has been there a long time. And those, President Trump put it, alligators and the water moccasins, among others, they'll be here long after humans are no longer here on Earth, because the Everglades truly has stood the test of time.
All right, 124, Tuesday, July 1st. It looks like we will be wrapping the broadcast at this point. It was pretty great to see President Trump throughout the morning there in Florida. We do want to thank a few sponsors before we roll. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy. Thank All Family Pharmacy for being a sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Of course, Colonial Metals Group.
Yes, you want to scan the QR code there and protect your IRA and 401k with gold and silver, because the Chinese Communist Party, they want an economic Pearl Harbor on the United States. So get this gold 100% tax-free. And if you receive this 2025 free gold guide, no obligation to you, if you purchase anything through them, you're up for $7,500 worth of free silver from Colonial Metals Group as a gift. So enter that competition. It'll be well worth it. Scan the QR code now, freegoldguy.com/RSBN.
Tax Network USA 800-357-1415 is your next sponsor here at the network. TNUSA.com/RSBN is the website for Tax Network USA. Also, Angel Paste and My Pillow, thank you guys so much for being a great sponsor. As we see Tax Network right there, 800-357-1415. You can settle your back taxes today. We can move on to Angel Paste out of Spring, Texas, of course. Using the RSBN promo code always goes a long way. Get some savings there with that great product and other products there. And of course, My Pillow, Robert.
Yes, and Mike Lindell, a great purveyor of free speech, of the Second Amendment, also election integrity. And he has a great exclusive sale going on right now for $40. Can you believe this? With God, all things are possible. Multi-use, My Pillow 2.0. That's all on the house, free with any purchase. You have 2,000 different options, so call today. Don't delay. 800-836-7566. MyPillow.com/RSBN. All made in the USA. Mike Lindell out of the great state of Minnesota.
That's a good way to put it. You have 2,000 options there. You have 2,000 products that you can purchase from. And if you purchase one, you get that free pillow. It's perfectly said, as it's 126. Before we go, if you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is text RSBN to the following number that you're going to see on the bottom of the screen, or it's rsbnetwork.com/donate, correct?
Yes, and we appreciate all of your dollars to help keep citizen journalism alive, whether it's the broadcast here to the written word, the wonderful producers and directors who make this all possible on the right side of history. Text RSBN to 855-575-7888 or rsbnetwork.com/donate if you prefer online. We appreciate all the support you give us here at RSBN's Live Desk.
Next time you see Robert McNeely, he'll be live, I believe, in Iowa, coming up on Thursday with Christina Loren. I'll be here in studio tomorrow covering the news of the day as we continue as a unit here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thanks so much for joining both Robert and I. We'll see you later.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, All sizes only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.